So not only did Clayton drop 50 gifted, 50, he wasn't a member himself, so he went back and became a member. So 51. Clayton, you're the absolute man. Thank you so much for that. Very much appreciate it. Thanks.
Let's play a game and give us a call sign, and give us a call sign, or beat it. Let's play a game and give us a call sign, and give us a call sign, or beat it. Let's play a game and give us a
What is up, everybody?
call sign, or beat it. Let's play a game. Get your panties out of a twist.
Thanks, everybody, for coming on out to the after chat. Appreciate you. So, as I said, this is really a Q&A thing where we start out taking newcomers' questions for amateur radio first. It doesn't have to be amateur radio, but, that's kind of what this channel's about, and so is my Discord. So, basically, we take your questions first if you're a newcomer. Whatever it is, we try and help you out to get you on the air. That's the goal, because we found, statistically, when we get you on the air and you're actually doing radio things, you're more likely to have fun doing radio, you use your license, then we get to make a contact with you in the future, and you're more likely to stay in the hobby, which is the whole point, right? That's the whole point of what we do out here, right? We've been doing this for years, literally years. Almost every Saturday for years I've been out here answering questions with the help of an amazing Discord that has grown up around me and is bigger than all expectations, and the help that we do there is just phenomenal. And that's not me, right? That's all the members that are answering questions and doing what they can to help people, which is just amazing. So the link is in the video description for the Discord. Oh, okay, so we got a Discord question right off the bat. Get people going. I can see the green ring when I push to talk, but I think, okay, great question. So if you are on the Discord and you go to the left-hand side of the screen, you're going to go to #live-stream. That's the text chat. You can text with people right there. It's a chat room, right? 2 below that is #live-stream /afterchat. That is the voice chat. Once you click on that, you're going to be able to hear people in your speakers, and you're going to be able to talk on your mic. You will need to bind a PTT button, right? So go to your settings, go to voice and audio, bind a microphone, bind speakers, headset is preferred, and a PTT button. Okay, that's it, because it's kind of like a repeater. We need you to push to talk. There's too many people in there talking at one time. We will join that in a second, but I wanted to queue up the topic of today's show. The topic of today's show is improving on bad habits, and I am coming at this from the point of view that nobody is doing this intentionally, nobody is doing this maliciously, but when you are the activator, it gets very frustrating. And I'm going to give you call signs for a second. I'm going to show you an image of what this is I'm talking about. And just know that nobody needs to mention these people. These people are probably not doing anything that they thought was wrong. Maybe they even heard me a couple of times, right? But let me just bring this up. Okay, so what you can see here, and this happened a lot. This is just me snapping one example of this. So we've got a W4 PSX, right? And they have a good signal, really strong signal into me, -2 pretty much throughout the whole thing. And they keep calling me over and over and over and over. And they're not hearing me, because if they were, they'd come back with my signal report. Now, I'm on an island, Hawaii, which is still part of the United States, but basically DX from all intents and purposes. And that DX station, when you're doing FT8, right, and you get a bunch of red replies, FT8 WSJTX, the application, is usually going to grab that first one. It's going to try to go back to that person over and over and over again. And if, for example, W4PSX is the only person I could hear, then I'm just going to keep going back to them over and over again instead of letting my CQ run, right? I want my CQ to run so that people will come back to me and I can make a contact with them. Now, note, a lot of these signals are really good. We got a 0 in there. WTDIY, unfortunately, he kind of got into this thing of messaging me or replying a bunch of times, even though they can't hear me. FT8 is not a game where you get queued up and then, like, I burn you down. It is if you're running Fox and Hound, and maybe I should have been running Fox and Hound, but regardless, if you're not hearing the station, the station that you're trying to make a contact with, don't call them. Wait until you can hear them and then reply. All you do when you reply over and over again is make it more difficult for the operator, me, to get you out of the way because you've already proven you can't hear me, get you out of the way and work other people. And that call sign is just all throughout this whole thing. They kept calling and calling and calling. And it just gobs everything up. It makes things way too difficult to deal with. So just wait. Wait until you can hear my station. If I'm a negative 24 to you, that's not great, but give it a couple of tries. If I reply to you, great, we'll make a contact. If you're doing this 10 times and I'm not replying to you because you're not hearing me, then stop. Wait until conditions change. Because I was out at almost every one of these POTAs, to my wife's chagrin. I was out there for basically an hour on each one. And so I made enough to activate each park, but at the same time, like, you know, it was difficult. It was difficult, particularly after the solar event we had. I just wasn't getting out that well, right? So keep that in mind, right? That's the big thing. And this goes for every mode of operation. Single sideband, CW. If you are not making it, if they're not replying to you over and over and over again, just wait. Just wait. FT8 is a big one, right? Because if you've got a signal, if you've got an amp, you know, that's pushing a ton of watts, but maybe you got a high noise floor or something like that, and you've called 10 times or more and you're not getting a reply, wait. Take 10, 15 minutes and then try again. I think actually that W2DIY, he actually got wise to it. He stopped and then came back later, and we ultimately did make a contact. So that was good. There's a couple of people that kind of caught on. It's like, oh, I'm not hearing him. I saw his soda spot, and I just started hammering him immediately. Sorry, not soda, POTA. And so that's the problem, is a POTA spot doesn't mean you'll hear the individual. It means they're there. So you need to listen until you can actually hear them and then make the contact, right? So there's another example of this, and I've got some other pictures to show you as we go along. But I wanted to get this out of the way first because I think it's important. Yeah, so if you go to the DX code of conduct, right? These are things that we should just do, right? And we say DX, oh, that's only for international contacts. No, not really. Listen and listen again before calling, meaning you can hear them. I will only call if I can copy the DX station appropriately. I will not trust the DX cluster and will be sure of the DX station call before calling. This is also really good. I will not interfere with the DX station nor anyone calling and will never tune up on the DX frequency or in the QSX slot. Now, this is a good one for the CW we just saw earlier. People were calling on top of me trying to make a contact, and they weren't stopping. When I kept going question mark back AE, what was it? AE1. When I was saying AE1 question mark, people were still keying on top of me trying to make a contact with somebody. All that does is slow me down. I can't work that contact, and I'm going to work that contact before I work you. And so I'm never getting to you. We're going to take as much time as I can to get this one contact done because I've already started the process. It would be unfair to kick them out of the pool. You get the idea? You got to wait your turn, right? So wait until the DX station to end the contact before I call. I was in the middle of a contact and people were slamming me. I will always send my full call sign. This is very good. Always send your full call sign. I will call and then listen for a reasonable interval and not call continuously. Very important. Don't just spam your call sign. I will not transmit when the DX operator calls another call sign, not mine. Very important. I will not transmit when the DX operator queries a call sign not like mine. I will not, meaning when I was going AE1, did it. That was it. It was that one person I was trying to make a call with. I will not transmit when the DX station requests geographic areas other than mine. When the DX operator calls me, I will not repeat my call sign unless I think he copied it incorrectly. Very important. That just slows things down as well. If you give your call sign multiple times and they got it right, that's going to basically tell them that they wrote your call sign wrong and try to fix your call sign. So, no, I'm not sunburnt. I just am Irish, so I don't tan. I just get pinker. So, yeah. When the DX station calls me out, and I got that, I'll be thankful if and when I do make a contact. I'll respect my fellow hams and conduct myself so as to earn their respect. Very good. So that's the DX code of conduct. Make sure. Oh, that was literally Leia. I'm getting trolled in my chat by my own wife. That's fantastic. So hopefully that makes sense. Does everybody get it? I hope y'all get it. And again, this is not throwing any shade to W4PSX or any of the other folks. But yeah, man, I was trying. We were trying to work lots of people. Anyway, so a couple of other pictures. This is a picture my wife took from Mauna Kea, just to give you an idea of what you could see when you're out there. This is 8,500 feet above sea level. You're going to see a lot more of this in the videos. It has to be broken into 2 videos because we just had so much. This is from the chocolate bean factory or chocolate bean plantation we went to outside of Kona, looking out towards the water. That is my Mauna Kea antenna that I had set up. Literally a vertical antenna on 15 meters. EMP cloth, and then lots of radio wires. Worked great. This was another location. Not my children, mind you, my antenna. I'm very proud of my antenna. Here's an example of the station when I just brought everything out and I was doing everything. So I'm doing voice, CW, FT8. I was trying to work everything I could. This is one of the last POTAs before we left. So this was the setup. And yeah, I'm running the QRP station there. Worked great. Another one just on a wall or on some rocks. Another one of just that antenna. It worked great. I had a wire antenna, but I really didn't have a reason. So, yeah, there's that. Okay. So, if you've joined us on Discord, hopefully you've got your voice sorted out because we're going to join those guys right now. We're going to take the questions live for the newcomers, but then I want to talk to some of the experienced operators, particularly those that do activations, and kind of what their thoughts are on some improvements we can make on how to break some of these bad habits we have. So hopefully you join us over there. Hello.
Yes, it is a quiet night tonight, Josh.
Well, that scared me. I was like, is my mic broken? Okay, I hear you.
No, you're 5'9", we're 5'9" to you, I hope. Yeah, no, it's just a quiet night. You came in the quiet.
I'm not broken. I'm here.
Hey, Mike sounds good,
absolutely
too.
Nothing transpired. Absolutely nothing.
Yeah,
There are actually a lot of very loud people in here right now. We're just not talking at the moment.
Okay. You guys are freaking me out like you're up to no good. It's like, when the kids get real quiet and you're like, wait a second. It's a little too quiet around here. So anyway, hey, thanks everybody for joining us on the Discord. Thanks for we're going to be going to you for your thoughts as seasoned operators in the amateur radio space, and would love to have your thoughts on what, some habits we should maybe kick. And it could be from the activator side too. If you're a chaser and you're like, activator, why are you doing it this way? It could be more effective if you did X, Y, and Z. Would love that. All right. But first, we like to start with the newcomers. So is there anybody here for the first time that would like to say hi or ask a question? Newcomers first. You guys get priority. Who's that? Who is that in the chat right now? It is indeed a quiet night. So we'll come back around for newcomers. Anybody here for the first time, remember, set up your microphone, PTT button, mic and speaker. Anybody here for the first time, never talked before, would like to say hi? Just say hi. You don't have to ask a question if you don't want to have one, or have a question. We'll take your questions first.
Hey, Josh, hey, everyone. KJ5, JPA. I got a question if you got time.
Hey, yeah, buddy. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. I appreciate the time. I got my general like 6-7 months ago. I got a CHA 250. Just got a 710. The antenna sits about, let's see, 16 feet high.
Mhm.
I'm in the city. I got a tree, huge tree right next to it. Got power lines, let's see, about 20, 25 feet away. I know the CHA should work on 80 and 40, but the only bands that work for me is 20, 17, 15, and 10. 40 and 80, I get a lot of static. Really can't hear anything. My question is, if I get a taller mast, do you think the 40 and 80 will clear up?
Okay, so good. We need to clarify a point. You said the antenna's not working. So oftentimes when you talk to somebody that's a little more involved with radio, when you say not working, it usually implies that when you key up to talk, the antenna is giving you like a really high SWR, or the antenna is resisting you actually putting your RF out into the atmosphere. In your case, it sounds like you have a very high noise floor. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. Yeah. So the SWR, I haven't checked that. I should have before I came on here. Sorry about that.
No. Because we could probably spend hours just talking about the first problem you're having. But I got some bad news. There's no antenna that you can basically get rid of noise, right? Because an antenna's job is to pick up the energy that's coming in off the atmosphere. And that can be the intended energy of the party that's transmitting, or it could be the interference that is being generated by your power lines, somebody's electronics in the area, my washer and dryer. All of that is an unintended kind of spurious transmission that we don't want to receive, but unfortunately it exists in the same space as the signals we do want to receive. Right? Does that make sense?
Yes, sir. Yeah. One thing I did notice when I had it on the same circuit as an air conditioner, when the compressor would kick on, I could see like on the spectrum on the scope, like that bounce every time the compressor would kick on. So I actually ran a home run just dedicated for the radio to maybe help with that.
To your power supply.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, so when you say home run, you're going straight from your breaker box to like a plug that is for the power supply?
Yes, sir. I hooked it into I bought this power strip from Best Buy that's supposed to, help clear like frequency, I guess noise, help with the noise from those.
So there's a couple of things you can do. Do you have a battery by chance?
Yes, sir, I do.
Okay, great. This is always fun for the family. The wives in particular and the kids love this. You got to put your radio on a battery, right? Run it off of the battery and then shut off all the breakers to your home. Shut everything off. And I want you to note the noise floor before you shut everything off and then note the noise floor after you shut everything off. You're hoping that all the noise will be on the circuits you have in your home because you can fix all that, if that makes sense.
Yes, no, perfect sense. I never thought of that's a great idea. I never thought about that.
Yeah, so you want that to be the case because then you can go around and you can go circuit by circuit and turn everything back on incrementally, and you can find all the things that are creating noise, and you can either A, add an RF choke in the form of like a toroid core or a ferrite bead. You can try all of that, or you can I don't know. I keep getting somebody that's diving in. If you're not going to talk, just don't hit the PTT button for right now, or just wait until I'm done. I promise I'll let people comment. Or you could just remove the device, replace it with something else, or see if you can do something else along those ways.
Awesome. Yeah, I'll go ahead and give that a shot. I appreciate the information. I'm glad I got on and caught you on here.
Yeah. Does anybody else have any other thoughts they'd like to add?
I have a comment. I've got a quick thought here. New person to the stream here.
Okay, I think that we said somebody had a quick comment, and then we'll go to Tyler next.
If you've got a...
No, okay. Sorry. There was somebody before you that said they got a quick comment, and then I'll come to Tyler.
One other thing, if you're having issues with the higher bands too, like after you clear everything up, or if you can't figure out what's wrong, you can always just listen in on the Friday net that we have on here in Fridays and see if you can hear anyone, because a lot of people check in from all around the country, so that might actually help you decide on your noise floor and everything as well.
I think his issue is that he just has a really high noise floor because of local electronics and all that stuff. So, Tyler, go ahead with your comment.
Yeah, have you considered using a receive-only antenna? A lot of transceivers allow you to do that, and you might be able to use a receive-only loop that has some sort of directionality to it that you can point the null at the source of the interference, like a loop antenna or a loop on a ground. Or even a Yagi, depending on what your setup is and what your ability to put up a tower or other antennas are.
Yeah, that's a good idea too, but like that's more money. He sounds like he's already got some stuff invested, and it would be nice if he could just fix his problem and not need to have a separate thing, if that makes sense.
Comment.
Yeah. Oh, go ahead, sir.
Yeah, loop on the ground can just be a bit of wire, though.
You still need an unun.
Yeah, you can wind that. If you watch.
Wait, hold on, guys. Hold on.
I'm gonna.
Hold on.
I had a comment.
Hold on. We'll let you take the comment. Let's start with just getting this first things done. He's a new ham. Let's get him going, and then we'll start adding complexity so he can come back and catch us up on the story as it goes, because we're going to give him a laundry list of things he should go do, but you still got to first, regardless of adding a loop on the ground or anything else, you still got to go through the process of like taking care of the noise that's coming from inside your home. So does that make sense first, everybody? Then James, go ahead.
Can I add something real quick?
Yeah,
I forgot to add a little bit more.
Yeah.
I do. I've been told this is a little overkill, but I got this antenna wire for free. It's a LMR 600, I believe. I hope I'm not butchering that.
Yeah.
It's 35 feet long, and I actually have a loop at the top of that, not like a very tight loop, because obviously it's very stiff. Mm-hmm. And I also have a ground rod right next to the antenna mast, dug in 8 feet. Everything's grounded. I've checked it very good. So yeah, I just wanted to add that in there.
Good for you. No, that's not going to cause a problem. Ideally, you'd have the appropriate length for whatever the run is from the antenna feed point down to the radio. Like, you want the appropriate length and not extra coax. But that's not going to necessarily cause a problem with the noise floor you're experiencing. So the first thing to do is like see where that noise is coming from. And somebody in the chat is asking, is your equipment bonded to a centralized ground of some kind? Do you have that set up?
I think, okay, I can tell you I have a ground wire from the radio to I built one of those pass-throughs. I'm pretty everyone's seen it on YouTube, through the window pass-through. I got a ground to there, from the radio to there. I also have a ground on no, that's it. And then, yeah, that's about it. But everything is to the ground.
So does that radio go from, the ground connection from the radio, it goes through the pass-through and then down to this ground rod that you dropped for the antenna?
Yes, sir. And each ground is it's on its own little nut, I guess. I don't know how to say it. But
sure. Is the ground rod that you placed, does that bond to the AC supply ground for the home?
No, sir.
How far away are those two ground rods?
Oh, like a straight line distance?
Just give me a relative number.
Probably about 18 feet.
That's not that bad. So the other thing to keep in mind, are you an electrician by chance? Some of the things you're saying, are you?
I used to dabble in that back in the day.
So this is not me. I'm just regurgitating things that I've learned from Ward Silver and other smart people, like his RF grounding book that you can get on Amazon. There's a ground potential that your home has, right? Different devices will have different ground potentials, particularly when you have things that are connected to two separate ground rods. And the reason we bond ground rods together is to bring the ground potential down to the same, or, similar. And the differences in ground potential is, or I'm probably saying the wrong term, voltage potential, something along those lines, is that you'll get differences in noise just if they're not equal to each other or given kind of the same ground, if you will. So if you can, dig down. It doesn't have to be deep. It only has to be a couple of inches just to get it out of the way. Run a bonding wire, probably 6 gauge or bigger, down between one ground rod to the other ground rod. And the fact that it's 18 feet is actually pretty much within spec of exactly where you should be. So that might help. But again, those are all things that you would get to if you're still having problems after doing this first breaker box test, if that makes sense.
Yes, sir. Understand.
So that was that. Somebody asked, and I'll just answer this too because you may experience this. If you go put your radio on the battery and you still have an intense noise for it, like I do, with all the breakers off, right? That means that the noise is coming in from outside your home. It could be your neighbors. They've got some wonky device that's causing problems. In my case, I've experienced power line problems. I also have a post office that's not too far away that has all of these LED streetlights, for their parking lot, and they use pulse width modulation, power inverters for running the LEDs, and that causes a bunch of noise. And I'm trying to work on that to get the FCC involved. You have to work with the ARRL to make a complaint and all that stuff. It's a big, long process. It's a much longer process than just, hopefully it's all in your home. Like, the phone number is, the phone call's coming from inside the home. You want that situation when it comes to spurious emitters and things that are causing a high noise floor. You want that to be in the home, if that makes sense.
So I do have one comment. I was going to make this, but Ed beat me to the punch in the chat here.
Uh-huh.
If you live near a regional rail station that uses overhead wire, like a streetcar or a light rail line, you're going to have noise that's off the charts as well, and you're going to have to work with them to try and get that fixed too, and that's a whole different ballpark. But yeah, if you live near light rail at all, that could also be a problem.
Sure.
Yeah, I'm lucky. So I no. I'm in Deep South Texas. So yeah, no, we got none of that here. The only problem I have is power lines.
So the adjacency of you being 20 something feet from. Hey, Adam, you got a hot mic. The distance that you are from that power line, it's not so much that like you're super close. It's just that they are close could mean that you have some kind of a leaky connector or something like that the power company may have to be engaged with to come out and fix. But again, you won't know that until you do this first test. So that's kind of the big first step.
Yeah, I appreciate all the information from everyone. Thank y'all very much.
Cool.
I think those are solid suggestions. The only thing I'd add is that just understand that the lower HF bands just have more noise. It's just the way it goes. So that they're never going to be as quiet as the higher bands. It's just how it works.
That's a really good point, Adam. Just out of curiosity, what is the noise floor in, say, 40 meters?
It varies a lot depending on your location, urban or in a city, and then also the other things that tend to cause a lot of noise on the lower bands are thunderstorms. So if you've got thunderstorms anywhere within 500 or 1,000 miles, that adds a lot of noise. So typically what I see, I'm in kind of a rural area, and typically what I see at my house on 40 is probably like S5 range. When I was activating SOTA on 160 meters at night a month ago, it was S9. That was the noise floor for 160.
That is a good data point, but I was also curious what the spilled water, if he noticed the differences with his noise floor, what he has.
I you know what, I don't know. I haven't touched the radio in a while. I've been waiting to get on this chat to pick y'all's brain, actually.
Okay. So what I want you to do when you go do this test is I want you to go get a pad of paper, and I want you to start at 80 meters, go to a place where nobody's talking, and then note the noise floor, and then 40 and 30, and just go down the list of all the bands, note the noise floor, and then put it on the battery, turn all the breakers off, and then do the same thing again and see what the difference is. And then that's your homework. Report back with your homework when you're ready.
Yeah, no, will do. I definitely will, man. Thank y'all for the information. Thanks a bunch.
Very good. Cool. I appreciate a good question, especially when to kick it off. So you get the idea now, folks who are here for the first time that are new. We like to take your comments and questions first. So new people, if you'd like to say hi, you don't have to ask a question, but if you do have a question, we will take your question first and give you priority. So anybody else here for the first time like to say hi or ask a question on the Discord, come now.
Hey, Josh, can you hear me? This is Paulo.
Hey, Paulo.
Here too. I've got a question.
Cool. We'll go Paulo first, and then we'll go to Tyler. Go ahead, Paulo.
Hey, I'm sorry. I'm trying to figure out this Discord thing. This is the first time I'm...
You got it. Just make sure you hold down that PTT button. You're good to go. What's your question?
Yeah, but how do I mute myself? Or is it just the Discord, the push to talk button, and then you're muted?
Yep, push to talk, and then you're muted. That's it.
All right, cool. Looking forward. Are you going to talk about your FTX one at all?
I've talked a lot about it, but if you have a quick question, I can try and answer it right now.
No, just your experiences post firmware updates.
So I just did the firmware update. Guys, everybody remember, I was in Hawaii for the last week, so I have not used the FTX one. Part of the reason I didn't take the FTX one is that we were having difficulties getting it to work on digital modes before I left on my trip. So I decided not to take it. I went with a radio that I was more confident on. And believe it or not, if I didn't have that, the whole thing would have been scrapped. I wouldn't have been able to make any contacts anyway. So I'm really glad that I had something that did FT8. But we can talk about that because I did the firmware update, and I hear that there's a more stable way to do FT8 and digital modes on it. So maybe we'll get that running later in the show.
All right, cool.
Yeah, I was going to say,
I had issues on the 40 meters. I don't know if you, I think I messaged you about it. And FYI, I went yesterday to the shop, to Yaesu. They fixed it. So, I don't want to start any conspiracies or anything, but there is an issue on 40 meters with some radios, I think.
With the Optima specifically? You have the Optima?
They didn't really need the SPA2. They only needed the head cover, the head, and it was done within 15 minutes.
And you took it down to the store here in California?
I am down the road from you, and I just drove to Cyprus where the store is, and over there. Yeah, exactly.
Did you call them? Did you call them, or you just showed up?
I called them.
Interesting. Oh, okay. I may have to make a little phone call because I was having the same problem on 40. Yeah, I mean we messaged. Yeah, I gotcha. Oh, thank you for the tip. Okay, I may have to do a little drivey down there, see what's going on. Thanks for that.
Yeah, so I asked them what the issue was. They didn't want to really say anything. They said with a smile, it's just one of those things.
Wow. Okay, I'm a little.
Anyway, so this stays between all of us. I don't want to start any.
Yeah, no, just
anyway,
you and a couple hundred of your friends. We're all just hanging out right now. Yeah. Thank you.
It's all good. But anyway, if anybody has an issue, just contact them, and there is a fix.
Okay. Very good. Was that Evan? Did you you had something to add?
I was just going to say I've used the radio a lot since the firmware update. So if he's got any specific questions, I'm more than willing to try to answer them. So.
Yeah, no, thank you, Evan. I went this morning out and to Huntington Beach, and I tested it, and it was working great. I don't have any issues with APRS because I don't use APRS. I know that there is an issue there. I don't use ATAS, so I don't have an issue there. So I think I'm good for now. Thank you.
Okay. No problem. Just out of curiosity, are you talking the issue where the radio would stop transmitting on 40 meters?
Yeah.
Correct.
That's interesting because even before the first firmware update, I had like a 15 or 20 minute rag chew on CW on 40 meters and didn't have a problem. I wonder, is it only phone that it affects? Do you know?
Well, so for me, this was the case, right? So I have a tactical Delta Loop from Chameleon. And when I was in a park with a battery, one of those BONO pretty big ones, I would have the issue when I was transmitting. So the frequency would turn red and blue all the time as I was talking, so it was kind of cutting off. When I would come home, I would plug it into the normal power supply, same antenna. The only difference is that at home I have 100 feet cable. When I was doing POTA, it was 50 feet. And it was not a problem at home. So for some reason, but as soon as I started talking about it, he said, "Yeah, bring it in."
That is interesting. Well, I'll be curious. I'm taking mine out tomorrow for the first activation with it. So it'll primarily be CW, but I will see if I have any issues with it. I'm gonna start on 40 meters, so we'll see what happens. Thanks for the information. I appreciate it.
I would suggest test single sideband or the LSB and see what it how it does. And maybe you don't have an issue. Maybe it's just a few, but mine definitely had an issue.
Yeah, mine was single sideband specifically when I was on the Optima and we were doing the Parks on the Air activation. It would transmit for like a split second and then it would send nothing. It would be keyed up, but it wouldn't send anything on single sideband.
So to help you out a little more there, Josh, Evan, I just sent you a link to that live stream, and all I heard, since I can do it here, all I heard from Josh on 40 was "Sikit," and that was it.
Yeah.
That was all that he got out before it dropped.
That's interesting. Like I said, I mean, I've used it. I've used my radio on 40 meters. I wasn't doing it on the amp. I was just using the field head.
Mm-hmm.
But I had probably, like I said, it was probably a 20-minute rag chew, and I had no problem. So I don't know. We'll see what happens, but I appreciate the information.
Yep. Okay.
And Josh, I wouldn't, you picked it up from the same store as I did a few hours before me. So who knows?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, they'll get it taken care of. It's all good. So, all right.
No, I'm not worried about that at all. Not worried.
I do. These are just things that happen. Is a little okay. So Tyler, you're next with your question. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I've been playing around a lot with SDR receivers, the little cheap USB ones, specifically the RTL SDR, and I've been having some trouble on lower power computers like Raspberry Pi trying to demodulate signals on those, and I'm wondering if you've heard of software that can do that a little bit more efficiently and with lower latency.
Yeah. So which Pi are you using?
Pi 4.
Pi 4 should have the power to do it. What's your sampling rate that you're going on?
2 megasamples. I think it's 2.4.
Try lowering it. That's usually what you have to do. Yeah, bandwidth and sampling rate, as Mark Hughes is already in there commenting as well. So your bandwidth, how wide you're trying to display, and what your sampling rate is if you go in and tune that, you'll be able to tune it so it's more effective. Does that help?
Yeah, I think that should. I'll play around with it and see.
Right on. All right. Oh, we lost Adam, I think. Maybe he's having dinner right now. But I was thinking about that in my head when he made that comment about the noise floor. So Adam has a pretty low noise floor, and that he has a S5 on 40. It's like crazy to me because I'm like S7 and whatever. That's still, I'm still much higher, but even at his latent, like low level, that's, yeah. Anyway. Okay, so you guys hopefully get the idea. Anybody else have a question or comment? Newcomers first. If you'd like to say hi or ask a question, go now.
I got a question. It's my second time, so I don't know how new that is for you.
Okay, we'll take it. Go ahead.
Hey, yeah. So I have one of those like Wolf River coils, the like 213-inch one, the longest one they sell.
The long boy, the T1000.
Yeah.
Is it the T1000? Yeah.
Yep, and I've had a lot of trouble getting it tuned to 20 with the coil on, so I've been taking the coil off, and I cannot tune 20 with the radials, but with EMP cloth, it tunes it perfectly, and I don't have to shorten it, which it seems like it should be a little long, and I should have to shorten it. What's going on?
The answer to your question is likely ground composition or something along those lines, and I bet if you took it to a beach and then took it to your regular activation spot, it might be slightly different. Do you have an analyzer handy by chance?
Yeah, I have one of those AA antenna analyzer majiggers.
Okay. Yeah, so that's your match, right? So that's giving you your 50 ohm match. But do you have the capability of doing like an R and Z, like your reactance test?
I don't know if it's built into that. I don't have like a nano VNA. I'd have to check it.
Yeah, so that could be helpful. Nano VNA would give you the Smith chart, and you could do the test with that. How many radials are you running, and what's the length of them?
So it came with 3 33-footers, I think.
Okay. So here's a question. So when you put the EMP cloth down, are you using just like 2 alligator clips with some wire to connect them to the base or something along those lines?
So I'm not even connecting it. I'm just using the metal tripod.
The legs. The legs do it.
Legs, yeah.
Have you tried using the radials and the EMP cloth?
I haven't tried both.
So that would be my next thing to try is try both. Evan, were you going to say something? Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to say, that's how I run mine, is with Faraday cloth and the radials, and it works phenomenally well. It tunes up instantly.
Yeah.
If you're not going to use the Faraday cloth, I find it needs more radials. I have 12 17-foot radials I run without the Faraday cloth. But with Faraday cloth, the one piece of Faraday cloth with the tripod on it and the 3 33-foot radials, it tunes up beautifully.
Yeah, I would use both. In fact, he's not here, but Steve, one of our antenna geniuses, Steve has talked about EMP cloth plus radials is a really good combination. And particularly as you start going from 20 meters into the lower frequency bands, it has a big improvement for you.
Cool. And one very quick related question. I live in an apartment, so I'm trying to get like HF set up by hanging something out a window, probably a big compromise antenna. But radials will have to be run like back in through the window. Do radials radiate any RF? Is that like a safety thing that I need to be aware of for like my RF safety calculation?
They start to. They can. So wait, why do you have to bring the radials up and into the room? What's going on again? Sorry, my brain was not ready for that.
So at my apartment, there's no balcony. It's just a window with a drop off. So either the radials dangle straight down, which is less good, or maybe like I run them in and then like tape them to a wall to get them at a level.
I'd run them outside. You don't want that in your
That's
space.
what I thought. That's what I was thinking. So like maybe tape them to the side of the building?
I mean, that's the kind of lazy mode that I would do in some cases, but I mean, you could put up a piece of conduit. It would look like it belongs there, and then you could just connect a wire to the conduit and use that as a radial.
Yeah, works. Okay.
Yeah, so, Desert Walker said simulated vine radial. So yeah, make it look like, put some leaves on it and make it look like a vine. Okay, does that work?
Yeah, no, I mean, thanks for the idea. I mean, yeah, if that was my concern, is that I probably didn't want to run these in, but I wanted to, think of, like, check. But yeah, no, I was thinking right. Thanks.
Yeah, you're on the right path. Very good. Who else has a question? First comers, first timers, if you have a question, go ahead and ask it.
I got a question, but technically second time as well. I'll just try not to start an argument about Bluetooth this time.
All right, go for it, man.
Yeah, so I'm working on building some linked in-fed dipoles with Adam's kits I got off Amazon a couple weeks ago, and I have a nano VNA, but honestly, it's kind of I don't really like it just because it's frustrating to use for me. Mm-hmm. I'm looking at antenna analyzers, and I was kind of wondering y'all's thoughts on, like, should I just go ahead and get like the Stick Pro X or Stick Pro or what? Because I'm willing to spend the money. I just don't know if I'll ever actually need up to a gigahertz, because I have some interest in like satellite stuff, but at the same time, like, not that much.
Yeah.
So I was just wondering y'all's thoughts.
So what's the problem with the Nano VNA? Is it too small? If you got a bigger one, would that work better for you?
I would prefer something I can use with my phone, with the Bluetooth connected to my phone to be able to see it, so I don't have to be at the end of the wire all the time or at the end of the coax, because I am in an electric wheelchair, so it's they're not really made for off-roading, so going back and forth a lot on rough ground, it can start hurting your back and stuff, and it's just not a fun time.
Yeah, so if you don't want to waste, I'm not going to say it's wasting your money, but I understand what you're saying. You don't need to go up to 1,000 megahertz, which, by the way, that only gets you like 900 megahertz for a band. It doesn't get you all the way into like the microwave spaces and whatnot, like 1,300 and all that other stuff where we've got a lot of amateur radio stuff going on. The Stick Pro that tops out at like 600 megahertz gets you 70 centimeters all the way down through HF. And so that's the one that I take. In fact, that's the one that I brought to Hawaii is the Stick Pro, specifically that model. It's $400. It has the Bluetooth, and this has the added capability of doing that that R and X plot or the R and Z plot where you can measure reactance. Which if you're going to use this for like a home kind of setup, or if you're going to do a vertical antenna, that kind of stuff, tuning for SWR is one thing, but adjusting the antenna and playing around with stuff so you can get the best reactance is also a really, really good idea. So, yes, you can do that with the Nano VNA. If you get a bigger screen, they're a little bit easier to work with. They have bigger models. But if you just want something that kind of does what you're talking about, then the Stick Pro is probably the way to go.
Yeah, I'm building these to use for POTA activations, or at least that's the idea. With my G90 for home, I've got a DX Commander, which I still need to tune that too, but I haven't gotten around to that. It's a little bit high on all the bands, so I need to bring it down. I guess I cut the elements a little short by accident, but that's okay. I'll get it sorted eventually.
So if you're interested in that, you do get 10% off of the off of Gigaparts when you go to my little page there. I'll drop the link, or if you just use the coupon code Josh at checkout, all the Rig Expert stuff should get you that discount. So whichever one you go with, you should be able to use that if you're interested.
Oh yeah, I guess I'll definitely have to use yours then, because whenever I put mics in there, it only gave me 5%.
Oh wow,
that's messed up.
Well, go check it, because maybe they put that 10% thing on my page. You should go look and see if you get. You may only get 5% on the Rig Expert. That's probably more aligned with what's probably happening than not.
Yeah, I think it could also be me misremembering too, though, to be honest, because it's been like 2 weeks since I was looking at that. So I've got the memory of a goldfish. So
go use Mike's code to buy all those glorious POTA masks that he has, and then go use mine to buy a Rig Expert.
There you go.
I did use his code to get a one of the POTA 33s. I wanted the H, but they don't have it, so I'll just get that another time.
Don't forget to check my Amazon store for all of the different things to use for the linked and fed half waves, like the S-beaners. I've gotten 2 emails today about those S-beaners.
Are you transmitting right now, Mike? Were you just doing FT8?
Yeah, it's causing all kinds of noise.
I can hear the buzz. Yeah. Okay. All right, you're good. Go ahead. What are you gonna say N4?
I do have the S-beaners already. I've got the POTA 33. I've got. I'm gonna try the BNTech Go silicone wire for the radiating element, because I like it over like plastic or PVC coated wire. It's much more flexible and funner to work with, in my opinion. But I may switch to Poly Stealth or something at some point if that doesn't work out for me. I just gotta get. I've already got the toroids wrapped and got the transformers built. I just got to get the elements cut and tuned.
Yeah, I'm literally sitting on some of that wire from Coffee and Ham Radio. I've got a Rybakov I've got to build, and that's what they ship out is the 22 gauge orange.
Yeah, how do you like the DX10 that came with the DX Commander?
I like it. Okay. It's meant to just be put in place and stay in place. It's not something you're ever going to like take it down and fool around with it a lot. So that's, in those kinds of use cases, the PVC and stuff doesn't bother me as much. But like when you're having to take it down and wrap it up and coil it up and stuff, I don't like stuff that kinks and is hard to uncoil and gets twists and stuff in it.
What gauge BNTech Go wire do you have?
The one I've got right now is 24.
Okay, that's fine.
So
be careful of the wire gauge you're using when you're when you're using lightweight masts like the POTA 20, the POTA 33, I use the Soda Beams 26 gauge wire, or that's my preferred wire because it's yellow, or the 26 gauge Poly Stealth. When you start getting into heavier wire gauges, that wire spread out over that much distance really can put a lot of weight on the mast, which the mast will handle. It's just going to bend over more, and your antenna won't be as high. So keep that in mind. With the 24 gauge, you should be fine. Those jackets are a little bit thicker though, so they are a little bit heavier. So keep that in mind. But like 100-meter roll of the yellow Soda Beams wire, 26 gauge, is like $12, and then it's like $17 in shipping from the UK. So it's like $30 for 100 meters. So I really like that wire, personally.
And just by the way, the DX Commander wire does not tangle and do all of that stuff. It's thicker wire. I use it for everything. Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, the Poly Stealth and the Soda Beams. We share the same expectations. We don't want our wires to kink and have memory and all that kind of thing. And with the Poly Stealth and the Soda Beams wire, I've not had any issues with it at all. Otherwise, I wouldn't use it.
I have kinked the BN Tech stuff before. I've kinked this stuff. I like the Soda Beams wire. That's my go-to. And then there's a very, very tiny wire that Adam put me onto that I've been playing around with some of his antennas on. That stuff is great. You do have to buy it from China, so it takes a while now. I don't even know what the tariffs effect is, but you can buy it relatively cheap for distance. Would like to give a big shout out to 80IM saying all the shameless plugging. I want to point out, guys, that this feedback is coming from years, literally years of the people you're hearing talk, getting out there and trying all this stuff. Once, it's not like we just find an antenna we like and we're like, and that's it, we're done forever. We could do that, but we end up making content and making videos on trying all these things so that you guys can get to a good working usable product without having to blow a bunch of money on this stuff. That's why we're out here trying to do a lot of this and hopefully help people. Well, I take that back. I know we're helping people. I know we are getting people good information. So shameless plugging, I guess, but it comes from years of experience.
Question for Mike.
Question for Mike. Well, that's later. Sorry, James. No, I'm just kidding, of course.
How many in-fed halfways do you have with wire on them?
I knew this was going to come up. Well, let's see. I feel probably a year and a half or two ago, I made a video on how many antennas I have, and it was over 70. The majority of those were end-fed half waves. I have more now. My official answer is I don't know, but I had to buy a bigger storage box for my end-fed half waves. So, I mean, just end-fed half waves, I would say probably 40 or 50, maybe. Just if I had to guess.
There's your answer, and it's not a shameless plug; it's a test sample.
Yeah, that dog is madly shaved. I don't know who that dog was at the Borders while we were at Hawaii, and they shaved that dog all the way down. I don't like that dog. That's my wife's dog.
I will say, in Mike's defense, I am somewhat addicted to infeds now too, I guess, because I bought two originally, one for my G90 and one I intend to put together for a True SDX, and then I just bought a third one just to have it.
And I will vocalize this for Mark because he's not unable to be in the voice chat tonight. Mike has more antennas than friends, and Mark respects that.
Oh, that's absolutely true. And you know the crappy thing, my one friend in Texas is moving like 5 hours away from me. He currently lives like an hour. It's Ryan, KF8IV. Mm-hmm. He currently lives like an hour south of me, but now he's moving way the hell out, kind of by San Antonio. All right.
There's
One non-YouTube friend in Texas, I should say.
There's good breweries out there. Come on, Mike.
Dude, I drink one beer, Founders All Day IPA from Michigan, so it doesn't matter.
That is a good solid choice. I did drink a lot of Hawaiian brews. Everybody's had Kona. but Honolulu Brewery actually has a coconut Hefeweizen, which is really good. I'm not a huge Hefeweizen fan, Hefeweizen. That I was pretty impressed. So that was a good one. Which hilarious. It's a German beer that they add coconut to from Hawaii. So, all right.
So, Josh, I'm just going to say this real quick. Yeah, Coffee and Ham Radio is putting an indefinite pause on the antenna stuff. They do have stuff in stock still, so, get a hold of Jim, and I'm sure you could probably work something out. But, yeah, they're putting an indefinite hold on it. Abruptly after T.O. left Coffee and Ham Radios. No hard feelings there, but, yeah, T.O.'s going off to do his own adventure now. But with that, I'm also going to say good night, and you do have a list. It's current as of 15 minutes.
Thank you. Yeah, sorry, Frank. Thanks for hanging out and doing the list, putting that together. Thanks. Do you want to mention anything about your channel before you go? You might as well do it.
Nope, I'm not going to take up time like that. You guys have a great night. I'm going for photos tomorrow, so I'll see you.
Okay.
I'll chat next week.
All right, buddy. We'll catch you next time. Thanks.
We need more baby Frank.
So this is maybe an awkward time to announce that Chuck and I are teaming up. We're creating espresso antennas. KK6. I'm just kidding. We're not doing that. I'm not doing that. No, I that's a bummer to hear, but they'll get things sorted out and maybe they'll get back into it. Wish T.O. the best of luck. I know he's been doing his what is it? What's his camper RV life? The not a
living
job.
for a living.
Living for a living. That's it.
What is he doing? I was responding to a comment.
T.O.
He left.
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry, you guys know more than I do.
Well, no, actually, I don't. This is the first I've heard of it. T.O. left Coffee and Ham Radios, and I know I talked to Ape today, and he said, yeah, they're not going to do the Saturday stream anymore either.
I'm never up that early anyway, so it doesn't matter to me.
Yeah. I was on island time for the last week. So apparently, this last week we got an update from Yaesu on a firmware patch. I guess that was maybe before I left. Then Step IR said that they're no longer selling to the public for their antennas. They're only doing their military contracts, I guess, and other stuff. And now Coffee and Ham Radios decided to take a break. Wow. Crazy week in ham radio. I missed a lot of it. I was trying to chase the eruption of Kilauea while I was out there. And while we were on Mauna Kea, the time when we headed back down, which was around 9 p.m., that's when it started erupting, and we didn't have our little notifiers turned on. And so I could have turned and headed over to the Hilo side. I missed it, and everybody was really tired anyway. Everybody fell asleep on the ride, so damn. Yeah, I took a vacation. I don't even know what work's going to be like when I get back to work. I'm hoping things did not explode, but yeah, all hell just broke loose while I was gone. So I'm sorry. I had to take a break. I did shoot video, but had to take a break. All right, did we get through all the questions of newcomers? Anybody else like to say hi or ask a question? First timers first. Okay. All right.
I've got a question.
Go ahead, Jonathan.
Yeah, this one's real quick. It's just for you, Josh. If I was to send you a Morse code paddle, which color would you prefer? Black, white, blue, or red?
Oh, I'm glad you gave me probably red, just something high vis.
All right, and it'll have your call sign on it too.
Thank you. I got your towel right next to me here. I almost I almost had it on the show, and I was trying to do that luau thing, but then the towels getting in the way of the keys and all that stuff became a problem. But yeah, thank you, Verdi. I appreciate that.
Yep, will do. That'll help you also on your Morse code journey.
Oh, thank you. Very good. Yes, I will try that out. Okay, so then the topic of the show, so we'll come back to questions. Don't worry. Don't everybody run away or anything like that. Topic on the show is, what are some improvements we can do, best practices, breaking of bad habits while folks are on the air? Do we have anybody in the chat who would like to add their thoughts?
Yeah, I got one.
Shock collars.
I saw James first.
Yeah, thanks. Appreciate it.
Go for it.
Yeah, so one thing I've noticed, especially when doing DXing and trying to make, those Ultim new ones, or just chasing any DX as a whole, if you've got a pile up and someone says, hey, I'm only calling out for this other dude, I think we should be calling out bad habits of people talking over each other. If you're calling out a specific station, hey, starting with KC, come on through, and some European station with EA comes through, no, that's not right.
I'm with you, and in fact, that also goes to the DX code of conduct. But I was getting frustrated by the fact that the same people were calling me over and over again that could obviously not hear me. That I respotted myself and I added the comment, "If you can't hear me," and then in all capitals, "stop replying." And a number of people screenshotted that and sent it to me.
Yeah, it just always seems frustrating because it's like, oh, and the other one that always gets me, and I'm guilty of this as well, is like before you start transmitting, make sure your split settings are right so you're not stomping over, a split station, because that's pretty frustrating too.
Yeah,
up five.
Yeah, for everybody else that doesn't know what he's talking about, when there's a DX station, which arguably I had the power of a far off station, I only had 50 watts, and I was in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. I could have ran split single sideband, but I had no pile up, so it was no big deal. But split means you're listening on this frequency and you're transmitting on this frequency, and it's off, 5 megahertz or whatever, and not megahertz, kilohertz. And that means that the listening station is down here listening, the DX station is listening for people to call, and people aren't calling on top of his transmit frequency because he's so easy to just wash out with the RF of the much powerful stations they're trying to hit them, right? So, very important. Who else? There was somebody else in there that had a comment or a habit we need to break.
Just kind of trolly.
Go ahead, John. Let's troll some folks.
I was just saying shock collars. But on a serious note, generally speaking, when I do POTA, I just tell people, listen, if you're going to keep talking over each other, whoever keeps talking over the person over and over again, I'm just going to call your name out, give you your signal report, and just not put you in the log.
Oh, there you go. Okay. That's a good one. So let's see. KC1 UYZ says, check hold frequency and don't hold the frick after you're done with the QSO. So you're saying, so I'm calling CQ, and then the chaser, the POTA hunter, or whatever, they should transmit at the same frequency, but then when they're done, get off of that? Okay. Yeah, why not? I could see that.
I would disagree with that.
Well, as long as they move.
FT8.
As long as they move.
Yes, on FT8.
Yeah.
So
FT8,
there was actually someone who was asking earlier in the comments kind of about FT8 etiquette.
Mm-hmm.
And FT8 is generally we're working split. Okay, so very rarely are we going to be transmitting and receiving on the same exact frequency. What we want to do is find a clear frequency that we can transmit on. And we want to check hold TX frequency in WSJTX.
Yeah.
So long as the frequency is clear, especially if you're the one calling CQ.
Yes.
Yep.
But also if we're hunting, because we've found our clear spot. That's where we're transmitting. Where we receive is irrelevant. WSJTX listens to the entire, 3 kilohertz or 3 kilohertz bandwidth.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, you're right.
We want to make so if you're plus we also have to remember that FT8 is split up into even and odd times. So if I'm transmitting on, let's say, where am I right now? 2800. I have hold transmit frequency checked. But even if I'm just hunting, I'm always going to be on that 2800. Now, if I work someone else and they're transmitting, say, down on 500, that's what those red and green brackets are for. I'm transmitting up here and listening down here, where the guy I'm working is transmitting down on 500 and he's listening up at 2800 where I am. Mm-hmm. So, but because of the two different times, even and odd, if you transmit on the same frequency as the person you're trying to work, well, say I'm calling CQ on 2800 on even, someone else can be calling CQ on 2800 odd and will never interfere with one another. Mm-hmm. But the second you start transmitting on the same frequency as the person you're trying to work, now you could potentially be interfering with the guy who's transmitting on the odd.
That's true. Yeah, that's okay. Yeah, so you would be just adding your own noise onto that person's second reply call. Because it is always a good idea.
Find your own clear transmit frequency.
Yeah,
always.
find a clear parking space, set up on that parking space, and then that's the one you call on. That's the right way to do it. Yeah, you're right, Mike. I agree.
Suggestion.
Go ahead,
And
suggestion.
stay on even numbers in the 50s.
That's right.
2800, 2850, 500, 550,
Line
600,
up the boxes.
650. It just screws up all the bandwidth if you're not on an even number.
Yep. Let's see. Go ahead. Call a suggestion. Somebody said suggestion.
To go on top of what Mike says, listen for 2 full cycles before you set your transmit, so you know where they are currently.
You don't even have to listen with FT8. You can just look at the waterfall.
Yeah.
But yes.
Well, that's what I'm saying. But you just let the radio find the open gaps, and you just stick it on there. But listen.
Yeah. The only issue I have with that is sometimes you can really stare at that FT8 screen, and you can see this really light thing going down, and you know there's somebody there, but it's just not a very highlighted color. It may not even show in your T codes. And I try to avoid those when I can, but frankly, I can't always see them.
If it doesn't show in your decodes, I kind of don't worry about it.
I do only because
FT8 is like the Wild West.
Yeah.
And it's incredibly robust and can usually pull out signals, but we try. I mean, we only have 3 kilohertz of bandwidth. Like right now, 20 meters. It's pretty busy still, but like you can find a clear frequency. It's not that busy right now, but sometimes there's been times that I'm out or just on FT8 and you just can't find a clear frequency. So
yeah,
you just got to kind of wait and I'll usually go like 2 or 3 15-second transmit cycles, and if I don't have any, if I don't see anything I usually, when I call CQ, I'm generally going to transmit even first. So if I don't see anything on the evens, I'm good to go. On the odds, I don't care about. Like right now, someone's transmitting on the odd on 2800, but the evens are clear, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah. All those things are the correct things. I like that so far. So good tips. Somebody else had something. Oh, I want to go back to this one. Let's see. Who was it? It was about an activator. A bad POTA activator habit. When the activator gives a park number without being asked for it, the activator is just wasting your breath, and the hunter has... it continues on Discord. But I feel attacked on this one, so I'll reply to this. So I generally do that until I'm like established and people know I'm there, just so that like I'm holding the frequency, if you will, so that people know I'm out there activating. And then once I'm actually generating a pile up, then you don't need that as much until somebody asks for it. So it's I guess it's a way of just instead of going CQ over and over and over and over again, I just add like I'm also at this park, blah blah blah, so people get the idea what's going on.
Yeah, I get what he's saying. Like if I'm calling CQ POTA, I'll throw out the park numbers sometimes. But honestly, I use voice record so much.
Mm-hmm.
I just record a generic CQ. It's like CQ POTA, K and MRD, calling CQ, parks on the air, Kilo 8 Mike Romeo Delta. That's it. I don't even say the park number. And I generally don't give it unless I'm asked for it because it's irrelevant. For the hunters, it doesn't matter unless it's park to park.
Yeah, that's true.
Even then, park to park doesn't matter. You don't need it for the log. So
yes, it does. It absolutely does.
Why? I don't need to log it.
No, you don't need it.
Okay, for park to parks, I'll tell you why it matters. If you're only at one park, it doesn't matter. But
okay, I'll give you that one. If it's a multi, yeah,
reefer. So
yes, okay.
If I don't give the guy that's in another park my 3 parks, he's only going to get a park to park for 1 park.
Okay, so in that instance, that's true. But generally speaking, if you're at just a single park, it makes no difference because the software sorts it out.
Exactly.
There's a lot of multiple parks out there.
There are. I've got a couple of bad hunter/chaser habits for CW that I can throw out there.
Yeah, go for it.
All right, so number 1, don't zero beat. If you don't know what zero beating is, that means you're calling me on the exact same frequency. try to dial off a little bit. If everybody's calling at the same frequency, all you hear is just one big beep, and you can't differentiate or discern anything. Sure. So learn to use your transmit clarifier or your exit a little bit. Just tune off just a little bit so that your signal stands out. It's way easier for us to pull you out of the pileup. The second thing I'm going to say is send your call sign once. Don't call over and over and over. It's not going to increase your chances of me working you. In fact, if you call me over and over and over again, I'm going to work you last. Right. The last thing I'll say, and this doesn't necessarily go for POTA or SOTA or anything, but specifically more things like DXing. If the other station is working split and you don't know it, you're going to hear people calling up. Mm-hmm. A lot of people are good with formulaic stuff, but they don't copy conversational CW well. Learn what the word up sounds like. So if you hear that, you know the other station is working split.
Yep. All good tips.
Can I add one real quick? Please do not tune up on frequency ever, ever, ever. I mean, I'm sure we've all heard it, but I do not. There is absolutely zero reason to do that ever.
Very good.
Comment?
Go ahead, comment.
Well, one problem I had when I was working at a station, when I at home working foreign stations and DX pileups, is some of them don't give out their call sign. Now, Parks on the Air is different. You guys give your call sign out almost all the time, but sometimes I've been sat there, can hear the station fantastically, but I don't know what the call sign is because they haven't given it for the last 10 minutes. Which is rather frustrating.
Yes.
And so
agree.
Sometimes they need to. So the biggest thing I'll say to especially new guys is sit and read what's known as reading the mail. Sit there and listen to the station before you determine it's time for you to transmit to it. So you've got all their details and you don't need to bother them with anything. You just give them your information because you've already got their call sign there, where they are, and all that other stuff. Because you've been listening to them for 5, 6, 7 minutes, So that's what I found is a better way. But yeah, it's the pet peeve is sometimes some of these remote stations don't give their call signs out enough, and you come in, you walk into a pileup, you just tuned your radio down to it.
Yeah.
And what is all this stuff? And then you've got to wait for like 20 minutes to work out it's XYZ on X Island or something,
That was me.
I've actually, I've worked some guys where I didn't know what their call sign was, and I would work them and I'd get a signal report, and then I'd sit there until they eventually gave their call sign. It's completely maddening, and POTA stations do it an awful lot.
Yeah.
QRZ. Come on, guys.
Hey, Evan, really quick, give everybody the quick. What is an exit versus RIT?
Sure. So you're looking at receive increment tuning or transmit increment tuning, or on Yaesu, it's going to be transmit clarifier or receive clarifier. Basically, what that does is it allows you to either tune your transmit or receive frequency slightly off. So, for instance, if you are hunting a POTA station or a SOTA station or a DX that's not running split, you turn your transmit clarifier on or your exit on, and you tune up or down a little bit. You might go 50, 60, 70 hertz in either direction, and that changes your side tone compared to everybody else. So if the station is listening at, let's say, 600 hertz, they've got their side tone at 600 hertz, and you're plus 50, right? You're going to sound different than everybody else does, and it's going to make you stand out of the crowd. So it's just a way of tuning up or down a little bit to change how you sound compared to the rest of the stations. And then receive is the exact opposite. So if I want to change where I'm listening a little bit, so sometimes if I'm activating and people are calling me way off frequency, I might run my filter, let's say 500 hertz. And if I got people calling me way off frequency, I might use my RIT to dial up and down a little bit so I can pull those stations out. So great question.
Yeah, very good question. Thanks for answering it. Anybody else? More thoughts? More fun ideas?
I got one.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Yeah. So this is just something I do as a CW op when I'm activating. whenever people do not zero beat me, I make a habit to work them first, even if they or even if I hear people who have been trying to work me multiple times. If someone doesn't zero beat me, then they get the front of the line. They get the VIP treatment. And I try to do things. If I see any bad habits, I try to push them to the back of the line, but sometimes that doesn't work because they'll just be so loud that it's impossible for me to hear anyone else. But if it's possible, I try to do things that encourage people to have good habits.
Can I ask a question about zero beating?
Sure.
So, how far, if I'm tuning my XIT, how far would I move it before I get out of your filter? Or is that even possible?
It would depend on their filter. Typically, I think that the most normal CW filter is 500 hertz. When you're reading a clarifier or the RIT value, it's measuring it in kilohertz. So I guess that would be so it's when you go up and it's 0.01, I believe that's 10 hertz. Evan, is that correct?
Yeah. So like on a Yaesu, when I turn it up, like if you tuned it to 100, you'd be up 10. Yeah. Like Jonathan said, it kind of depends on how wide the filter is they're running. I generally run a much wider filter in the field. Like at home, I usually run 250 or 300 hertz. But when I'm activating, I usually have my filter someplace doing 500 to 1,000 hertz because people will call me way off, usually like 600 to 700. So as long as you're not up more than a couple of hundred, I'm probably going to hear you. That's excessive, though. Plus or minus 100 is more than enough. I'll be honest, I usually dial plus or minus 40 or 50, and that's usually enough to get me pulled out of the pileup. So.
Yeah. So basically, when you're reading it on there, anything that's plus or minus 0.1 that's usually safe.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. The reason I'm asking is because to me, it sounds like y'all are using really wide filters. I mean, my filters go down to 50. Now, I don't know enough about CW to know that that's a good thing or a bad thing, but it's good to hear what y'all are saying.
Yeah, so it's different if I'm sitting here at home and I'm trying to pull stations out, I'm going to run a much narrower filter to reject those adjacent signals and to get rid of some of the band noise. But in the field, I want to run that filter wide so I can pull stations out that are maybe calling me a little further off frequency. So you try to run that filter as wide as you can to pull out as many stations as you can without overwhelming yourself. But a good CW op can generally run a filter at 1,000 hertz and have no problem, discerning different stations. But anywhere between 500 and 700, I'm going to say, is probably where most people run their filter, if it's adjustable. If it's not, it's probably going to be like a fixed 300 to 500 hertz filter, something like that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and there's one other thing, which is that the narrower that filter is, you can get what's called operator fatigue. So it might be start getting uncomfortable if you start like listening on a very narrow filter for a very long time. So the wider it is, the less ear fatigue you'll get, and that can be beneficial. That's kind of when I was with the CFT1, I did that. I did 350 because I didn't want to create a bunch of ear fatigue on that, and that's why I chose that filtered size. But I'm not going to delve too much into that.
All right. I'm trying to work chat here in the background too. Okay. Anybody else with some habits we need to break or pro tips? I guess we can open this up a little bit if we hadn't.
Yeah.
I've got another one.
Well, Dawn first, then we'll go to the other one.
Sorry, I'm trying to let everybody else give a chance. But, well, Katie mentioned something in the chat a while back, anyway, that I thought was interesting, because I assume she's a new ham, but knowing when, like, if you're in a pileup situation when there's like 15 or 20 guys that are calling and you're hearing all of them, when exactly do you go? And she was giving the example of when somebody calls out 73, you'll hear like 10 guys jump in.
Yeah.
But then you'll also hear them call QRZ too. So it's really, the way I do it is I usually wait until somebody says QRZ. I don't jump in just because I heard him say 73, because you may not be hearing the other guy who's going to reply to that guy and, wish him best wishes as well. So I think that jumping in after 73 is a very bad habit.
Let me just jump in and say one thing that I would recommend is listen to the activator or the other operator for a couple of QSOs and learn the rhythm of their QSO. Everybody runs their pile up a little bit differently. You may find that they're pulling calls out who are coming in real fast. You may find they're pulling out tail enders. Sometimes you'll find that if you spread your call sign out a little bit and don't say it as quickly, or if you're on CW, don't send it as quickly, that you'll get pulled out of the pileup. So there are a lot of little tools and little tricks, but the best thing you could do is listen for 3 or 4 QSOs and kind of get a feel for the rhythm of the activator's activation and how he's working that pileup, and you'll get a feel for when you should call.
I find running QRO helps a lot.
Well, sure. Adding more power can help, except to circle back
That's a joke.
To dovetail to my original thing. If you can't hear the station, don't call. Just wait. Just please wait. Other people are getting the contact you really want. I get that. But you're driving the operator absolutely insane. I just please keep that in mind. Yeah. Go ahead.
Sorry, I was just going to say, and even if you do reply, they're not going to hear your reply. It's
right.
useless.
We can't hear you. We hear you because we got no noise floor, right? We're in some far-flung location with no noise floor. We hear you fine, but you can't hear us. So all you're doing is just adding to the cacophony of noise that we have to filter through, and it's a nightmare situation. James, with the saying QRP or mobile after the call, I've heard good arguments for, and I've heard good arguments against. I've used it. I've also not used it before. So I don't know. There's some operators who like to call for QRP. Mike, K8MRD, for example. I got into one of his POTA activations because he stopped to take QRP calls, and I was QRP, so I was able to make a contact with Mike.
I feel it's a mixed bag. I personally don't ever say QRP. Like if I'm in a park, I activate QRP a lot actually.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But if I'm calling someone, I don't generally say K8MRD QRP. I'm going to throw my call sign out. If the guy doesn't hear me, the guy doesn't hear me.
Mm-hmm.
However, as an activator, like I feel it's kind of a crutch. But I do pick up on QRP or park to park or mobile. I might hear a stronger call sign first, and I'll say a KI6 or park to park station or QRP station standby, KI6 NAZ or 59 Texas, whatever. Mm-hmm. And then I'll say, who's that QRP station or something. So like it works. It's a trick. It's just another thing to do. I don't think it's wrong. I don't think it's right. I'm indifferent to it, but at the same time, for the real hardcore QRP activators or operators, I feel that saying QRP at the end of it is like asking for a handout.
I'm sorry, it's asking for a hand what? No,
a handout.
Oh, got it. So yeah, also keep in mind that if they can't hear you at QRP, then adding QRP is doing nothing. So, that's the other thing to keep in mind too, is like it's there are some times where it's appropriate.
When people do it though.
I
really
don't
mind when people do it, but I don't personally do it.
Well, I will say that if I hear like a cacophony of noise and then I hear something like RP at the end or QRP like at the end, like after everybody cuts off and then there's QRP, then I'll say, is there a QRP station? I will try to work QRP. I will try to work QRP on just the regular activation. Doesn't happen very often, but sometimes I hear them.
I'll tell you a fun thing, though. Sometimes you'll hear that QRP station and they're really loud.
Yeah.
But they'll say like K8MRD QRP.
Yeah.
And then I'm like, are you really QRP? Like you're 5.9 plus or something. Like it's rare, but
yeah, I like that too.
It happens and it's really cool. Like, dude, you're doing awesome.
Now, sometimes if you're lucky, you might hear Bill call Aeronautical Mobile. Now, you want to pick those guys out.
Yeah, I heard a guy with on a 737. The pilot was flying overhead, running HF on. I was doing a Parks on the Air, and I chased him down. That was cool. Those are always really fun when a pilot gets on HF and he's just fooling around and he's like just making contacts. That happens. You'd be surprised. That happens more often than you think. Okay, did we beat this horse to death? Do we have some other real pithy ones? I want to get some good ones.
Yeah, I got one.
All right, James. Floor's yours.
Yeah, sorry to keep cutting in because I feel like there's just so many. I've only been licensed a year, but I feel like I've heard and seen all the bad.
You're just a hypercritical kind of guy, but we like that. Go ahead. I'm just kidding. Just kidding.
They always say, it'd be like the hams of the old days, and follow the DX code of conduct. But speaking of DX, though, my favorite, again, I'm a huge DX guy, but DX, going and looking at the comments on your favorite cluster and people complaining, I don't want to call out people or stations, but if you go and read the comments, for instance, of the SV1GA Mount Athos, like, oh my God, like, got it, dude. Like,
call
it's
them out.
Contentious.
Just call them out.
Yeah, but it's contentious at the same time. It's like, okay, yeah, we get it. You don't like the conditions, but like let people operate and then, figure out what's going on after the fact. Or more recently, like T30 TTT, the West Kiribati, it's all like, oh, look, the money machine's printing again. It's like, he's just operating, dude. Like, go work him. Don't complain about it.
Yeah, I went after I attempted to anyway, all the bad actors after the last Bouvet run because the cluster was an absolute dumpster fire. It was horrible. I've never seen something that bad before on the cluster was after that last Bouvet round. And yeah, I've never, what's kind of crazy is I'm just going to this is some major generalizations I'm throwing out. Okay. So everybody just, understand I'm doing that. I know I'm doing that. Generally, the people who are very active in DX are some of the older, more established hams. And they generally have pretty good stations. Some of them are like tens of thousands of dollars. They generally have pretty good stations. Some, Lesrick, you're hot. I mean, you personally, I don't know you, but your mic's hot. They'll have good stations, very expensive antennas, and so you'd think that like they've been around, they've seen a lot. But then some of these stations will come out and they'll act like such entitled little kids. And it's probably the exact thing that they say online is, kids today are so entitled. They expect immediate satisfaction. Lesrick, I'm gonna block you. Kids today are so entitled. They expect immediate satisfaction. All right. Welcome to Mute Town. Okay. Send me a DM if that was an accident. We'll get you unmuted. But yeah, the kids like, oh, the kids, they want everything instantly and without any work, blah, blah, blah. And I had to do blah, 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 uphill both ways, that kind of thing. But then it's like, bro, you're literally doing that, like complaining about somebody that has gone uphill both ways to some far-flung area of the world. And just because you can't make a radio contact, you're going to go online and cry about it. Sucks.
Yeah, especially with like the ones that are coming out of left field, like Marion Island, that top 10 or top 15, whatever it was, that was crazy. It's like one guy out there for work happens to get a call sign for a top 10, most wanted station, and then, oh man, this dude, like, look at him, he's only answering JA or only answering EU. It's like the guy's working who he's working, like, give him some time. Like, I sat in an FT8 pilot for 45 minutes. The guy had to work through it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I hear you, man. I definitely had a number of people that were like coming back to me that I knew could hear me because they. By the way, actually, I'll give. Here's a pro tip on FT8. Let's see if this image collage will give it to me. No, this is all just people that were trying to get me. Okay, so a lot of the JA stations will do this, and this is absolutely the way you should do it. If you hear the station, you probably don't need to reply with my call sign, their call sign, and then their grid square. You can just give the signal report. It's the second option. So if you click on my name, like double click on it in FT8, and it starts to reply with my call sign, your call sign, then the grid square, just click the next one that is the signal report. Because if I see the signal report, then I know you hear me, and I'll try and get back to you and just knock it out and get it out of the way. A lot of the JA stations are hip to that, and it speeds up the QSO significantly because now you've got you saved 30 seconds basically, or 15 seconds, depending on how you look at it. That's a little bit of a pro tip. I can show that later if we get this FTX FTX one running on data. Sounds like all of you have got that thing running on data. Do we have a write up somewhere on the internet that you guys can just drop me and I can pull it up and take a look at it?
Prepham Paul's video.
We're gonna have to watch a video to make this work.
I don't know of a write up unless N4H&H, but he hides his behind a paywall.
Oh, okay, that was a mistake. All right, so Lesric, my name, I'm talking right now. If you right click on me and say, DM or direct message, you got to go into your settings though and set a mic and a speaker, and they have to be mics and speakers, but you're piping the audio back in, so it sounds like your speaker's probably too hot. You should probably get on headphones if you can. Oh my gosh, is there a soda? Is there actually a soda on Bouvet? Adam, do we know that? I haven't actually.
Let's go.
There is.
Is there really?
Ooh. Yeah, it's I mean, not only is Bouvet hard to get to, but the summit is miles from where you'd land across glaciers, so it's no joke.
Oh, I don't know that you listen to the podcast, Adam, but we were talking about. There is a Fred Fish grid square that's like ultra rare, and it's a part of the Channel Islands. Are you aware of this grid square?
I'm not sure. I mean, I know the San Clemente one, but I assume there must be another or something.
Yeah, it's even harder than that because it's really hard to get to. Let me see if I can find it. Or somebody can link me to it, the Fred Fish super rare one. But apparently you got to get dropped off on one of the islands and then hike in.
I'm down. Let's do it.
Yeah. Because then you have to then also pack in all your stuff. And it's apparently pretty remote. Yeah, let's see if I can. Hold on, we'll do this live here. Since we're fooling around. Anybody else that has a...
Josh, Matt, KA2AUB has a question. Maybe you can show how to do this, at least on the computer. He says, when starting a POTA activation, how do I get my activation on the POTA app? So how does he self-spot? Does it pop up when we start or no? So, Matt, you need to manually add it, but maybe we can help you out. The Polo app by Ham2K,
That's what
you
I
can
use.
self-spot as well.
Yeah, I use the Polo app, and you self-spot in the park. It tells you which parks you're at, and you just add that to the... So you create a new log, you add the entity that you're at, and then you set a frequency, which if you set it to 14.074, for instance, it knows that's the FT8 frequency, and you scroll to the right, and you click self-spot. I could probably just show you. It's probably faster if I just showed you.
There's actually another thing you can do, too. With the Polo app, you can you don't actually have to like tap on like the frequency. You can just type in the frequency, kind of like what you do with N1MM. You can also just type in the word spot, and that'll initiate the spot thing. That's something I learned about from the developer.
Wait, you can just type in spot in the call sign?
Yes, you can also type in like 14052 or 14.052, and that'll change the frequency and mode as well.
Yeah, I know that, and I know you can put a comma and add multiple call signs. But I didn't know you could spot directly from the call sign field.
Yep.
If you're cool, you just schedule your activation ahead of time and then get on CW and call CQ and it spots you for you.
Time
you
for
know.
that.
I don't have to spot myself. I just call CQ and it spots me for me.
For me, it depends if I got service or not, or how spontaneous the activation is.
Sodamat has always worked for me, or Sodamate.
I was just about to say that. Sodamat. Yep.
There is. Hang on. This guy sent this to me like a month ago. Now I gotta find it. There is, if you have an iPhone, there is an app called Offline Spotter. So if you're out, and you don't have cell phone signal, so you can't spot yourself. You can use, because iPhones can text over satellite.
Oh, interesting.
So it will send a text message to the POTUS spotting page and spot you via satellite.
You could do it on pretty much any T-Mobile phone too if you're on the Starlink beta. The other thing you can do
Starlink.
is
this is just Apple.
Well, it's using a satellite.
Yeah. And Apple was in cahoots with Starlink. I think they're getting out of it. And the thing is, so like you can send text messages over satellite and it's free. Now, Apple says it's only good for 2 years after you buy your phone, but they've never enforced it. So it's indefinite.
I send them all the time from my Google Pixel phone via T-Mobile, because T-Mobile has a deal with Starlink, which works. But here's this one you're going to love, Mike. You can spot yourself using APRS.
Yeah.
That's old news, buddy.
Yeah.
I know. I just wanted to throw that one out there because you love APRS so much.
I mean, I learned the other day you can pre-spot yourself using the reverse beacon network.
Yes, for CW.
Yeah, that's how I do all of mine. Yep.
Well, I know that the grid square I'm talking about is one of the Channel Islands. I guess it's Santa Rosa, but I thought it was rarer than that. I thought it was like the edge of something. So maybe I'm wrong. Because it seems like the San Clemente Island is still the rarest grid square. It seems like it from looking at this. So DM02, which we activated for Field Day a couple of years back, but we've got a guy, we got a ham at least. I think I think he just finished his job out there. So DM02 just got harder to get, I think.
I just realized that's for 6 meters for the Fredfish stuff.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was talking about. All right, well, I'll figure it out, Adam, and then I'll somebody emailed us about it on the podcast, so I'll figure out what's going on. Cool.
Sounds fun.
Somebody link me to the video on digital. Like, let's get this FTX1 doing some digital things, and we'll open it up to all questions. Anyone, anywhere, any questions? Let's.
Josh, can you drop the last map link into the chat or something?
The grid one. This one,
yes,
the
sir.
grid mapper. Yeah.
Hey, Josh.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead.
Hey, I asked in chat, but I need some help fixing a loop. I just need to get some feedback from you guys.
You need to fix a loop antenna?
Yep.
What kind of antenna? Which kind of loop?
It's a 265-foot wire on a 4-to-1 balun.
Okay, so a full wave loop. Got it. Go ahead.
So I'm getting unlimited or off the charge SWR.
Mm-hmm.
I've already replaced the balun. What else would you guys recommend?
A full capability tuner. What tuner are you running?
Right now, just the built-in on the DX10.
It will not do it. You need a proper antenna transmatch device. So how much power are you planning on running?
100 watts.
Oh, okay. So any of the Prols will work. The Pro 2 tuners. The LDGs. So this is what is this? The Z11 is 100 watts. I'm pretty sure that's the Pro. I call it the Prol because the way that they write it, it's kind of a joke that I've been doing for a little while now. Do I have a discount on that? Can I hold on? Let's see if we LDG. Let's see. 600 watts. You're only doing 100 watts. You could do remote, which would be kind of fun, but you need. So the best situation would be if you had a tuner that was was right at the feed point. Where's the feed point at on your property? The 4-to-1.
It's up on my roof.
Okay, and how far is that location from where your ham shack is?
About 25 feet.
That's not bad. I'm just gonna try this. Let's see. So it's a remote tuner would be kind of cool. The Chameleon would work really well if you're ever thinking about getting an amplifier and you want to do full legal limit. The Chameleon one that I did a review of, the external tuner, those are cool because then you just feed the antenna with a really short run of coax. I know you'll get, most of the power up into the wire is kind of the idea behind that. Let me see if I can add this. No warranty. Let's see if we can get a discount if we use the code name Josh. I know that I doxed myself when I did this last time, so hold on one second. Let me see if I can add a discount. Okay, 1 second. Oh, you're gonna make me do this again. Every time it makes me go through all this stuff. Well, you might wanna like check. Jeez, every time.
Yeah, I'll check into it. I had it working previously, and then all of a sudden it just stopped working.
You did? Are you sure?
I did. I was running on 40, 20, 10, 6, and I think 17.
Well, so what changed?
I had a portion of it fall during the winter, but I put it back up.
Okay, so everything worked. Are you sure that you didn't break some of the wire, possibly?
I mean, I'm trying to get somebody up there to run a conduit or a test on it for me, just to make sure I didn't break the wire.
Yeah, I have a feeling you might have damaged the wire. So, it is from my experience and from what a lot of people told me that you need like a 10-to-1 tuner into a 4-to-1 to do a full wave loop antenna. But the fact that the DX10 did it without that, that's great. So good. That's fine. But the fact that it fell over and then when you put it back up, now it doesn't tune anymore, that makes me think that you have probably a physical problem with the wire somewhere. You should probably do a continuity check to make sure that you still have a full connection, and then go from there.
Will do. Yeah, I will do that, because I replaced the coax, replaced the balun, and still getting the same issue, so it's got to be broken wire then. Thanks, Josh. Appreciate it.
Pretty confident that you've got something else going on there. I would check that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is it working on any band?
Negative.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, no, it's a broken wire for sure. Yeah.
Yeah, you've got a problem.
What is it supposed to be cut for?
What is it? 265 is 80 meters.
Okay, so it's a long one. Because I built a 40-meter one, and I could use the tuner on my 897D for 40, 20, and 15, and I think I could get it to do 10, but it wouldn't do any of the odd harmonics.
Yeah, I've got a 30-meter delta loop, and it'll tune 40, 60, 80, and 160, and I get DX on all of those.
Are you using like one of those 49-to-1s or one of those?
No, it's a 4-to-1 at the bottom of it, and by the way, I mean it's fed vertical, so I don't feed it horizontal. So it's like the bottom is where the feed point is, and then it goes. You know, that's the bottom of the V, and then you've got the top part of the V at about 25 feet. 30 feet, something like that. It's only 3 feet off the ground, and I can still tune it. Now I'm using an LDG tuner on it, so I think that's a 10-to-1. I think, but
yeah,
boy,
at least
it gets out. I just really don't understand why it works as well as it does.
Yeah, that's like I said, that I didn't even have. All I had was the bead, the ferrite rings kit to make my own balun, but it wasn't actually true balun,
Yeah.
just to keep the RF from coming back in down the feed line.
Well, yeah, I've got I don't have any trouble with RF because it's a 150-foot coax run to even get to the loop. So, it's just that's so much coax, I don't get any RF down it.
Yeah, when you do them horizontal like that, the rounder, the better they are. The more round like if you can get it more of an octagon shape, or the more points you have to make it kind of circular.
But you can look on my channel. I have a video on it.
Yeah. No. So what you've got basically is the delta loop version of that, right?
Right.
The vertical orientation looks like a triangle.
Yeah, it does, and it's made with 2 pretty good sized aluminum rods for the 2 of the sides, and then there's just a wire that goes between those 2. But it works really, really well.
Yeah. Well, like I said, I tried that loop. Of course, I didn't have like a 49-to-1 or anything on it. It was not even a 4-to-1. So, but it worked like gangbusters, man, on 40 and 20. Surprisingly, did pretty good on 15 too.
Yeah,
of course.
I built a smaller one for POTA because, I mean, it's just really easy to do. So
well, originally I bought enough wire because I bought the wire from Wireman, I think, at Hamcation or something. This was years ago back in Florida.
What just happened?
And I did not. Oh, we lost your background there.
I lost everything. Well, that was weird.
Yeah, I see the green screen.
Hey! Wait, where am I?
We saw real close-ups of you. Then it went blank, and then it went green.
That was weird. Okay, I'm back.
At any rate, I just didn't have enough points to tie it up too. That one didn't have enough. I had enough property for an 80-meter full wave, but I didn't have enough points to tie it up at. So that was kind of.
Yeah, eventually I'm going to put up 160-meter sky loop.
All right, you guys get on 80 meters. Let's keep taking questions.
Should
You
we
guys
talk
are just
about
rattling on.
bursitis?
Jesus.
Yep.
God. All right. Any other questions in here? Otherwise, we got to get some digital going on this FTX. And I'll show you how. Go ahead, Jeff. By the way, Jeff, it's good to hear you in the chat again.
Hey, how you been?
I'm good, man. How you been?
Oh, hanging in there. I got a new mixer, and so I got the cable for my mic, for my high-o mic. So I get to.
You sound good.
Because yeah, okay. Usually I use my work headset, but everybody said you sound like you're on a phone. So I'm like, all right, fine. Any rate. I was wondering, did anybody mention, and this is fresh because I did a net last night. I was on a net. People changing their signal reports midstream when you're in the middle of it. Don't do that. Pick one and stick with it, man.
No, don't do that. I'm kind of okay with it. Like if I go up from a 5.5 to a 5.9, like I'm okay. I guess let me take that back. For Parks on the Air, it doesn't matter. Like, we don't care. But if you tell me, like, oh, I came up from a 5.5 to a 5.9, I'm like, oh, I'm down for that. Thanks for telling me. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I don't have a problem with that.
I'm telling
I do that all the time. You were 3x3, and then you just came up to a 5.9. So let's give it a 5.9.
Yeah, but when you're a 2x2,
oh my God,
no. Trying to listen and trying making one of those signals in the noise. Yeah, I had one guy that. He kept on changing it, and it's like, dude, I don't know what the signal report is now because you changed it and you faded out.
Well, a QSB is a real thing, Jeff.
Yeah, I feel like if they say, hey, you were like a 4.1, 4.2, and now I get you as a 5.5 with heavy QSB, I'd rather hear like the conditions that I'm getting that change signal report for.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's just something like, I'm one of those, I'm a net guy. I like working the DX and the HF nets, so that's my thing. And it's like, well, the guy said, oh, 5.6, and then he changed it, and then I think he was a little nervous too. I don't know if he was first time on HF or on a net or what, but
oh dang!
But
so
it was really
jamming
noisy.
Up the guy who's brand new with.
It was no. I'm just saying. When it's a stretch,
it'd be an enhanced port, Josh.
If conditions are bad,
that's
when.
Yeah, I got it. Okay, I think we're part of the way there. I'm just checking everything. None, data, and none.
I've got one more question. If you got a second,
I have none on split.
Go ahead.
You don't like split?
No,
nope.
I was wondering if there is a group that is available through the POTA website to find other interested hams in doing POTA. I'm not sure that there's a great community where I'm at.
Do you have a local club?
There are a few, but they're not as active as they used to be.
So the best thing to do, by the way, Parks on the Air, to me, much like Summits on the Air, is kind of like a lone wolf thing until you find other people that are also lone wolves, and then you kind of make your own pack. Unless you have a club that is active, I don't know. I would reach out to the local clubs and see if there's Parks on the Air people.
Okay, I'll check. I was just trying to shadow someone to see if it was something I'd want to do before I go out buy gear.
Oh, I see. Oh, that's a
Make
different question.
comment?
Yeah, go ahead with the comment.
So you could just look at some of the parks on the POTA website, the POTA.app website. You could look at some of the parks that are near you and look and see who some of the top activators are, and then just drop them an email and say, hey, can I come out and watch next time you go out? Can I come out and check it out?
That is
a fantastic
excellent idea.
That is exactly how I would have answered that question had I known that you had not done this before and you didn't know if you were sure you wanted to buy equipment. Because that's exactly what I do when I go to an area that I'm brand new in. So last year when I went to New York, and a lot of those parks had 1 or 2 activators, I emailed them and I had discussions with them on how they activated, would they be willing to come out, or most of the time that didn't work out. But that's exactly what you do. That's exactly the best answer.
I have had people email me who are new to ham radio. They see the Parks on the Air. They want to get into it, but they want to, just have firsthand experience versus watching a video all the time. Yep. I won't say all the time, but I always respond to them if they're in my area. I'm like, dude, I can go whenever you want. My calendar's open. So if you want to do a POTA, let me know when, and I'll meet you there. And so long as you come to me. But yeah, absolutely. I've definitely helped Elmer, quite a few people, by doing exactly what they're suggesting. Email people who are on the POTA, the park nearest you, let's say. And then you look at who the top activators are, look them up in QRZ, get their email address, shoot them an email, and just, explain, hey, I'm new. I want to get into POTA. I see you're the top activator there, or you're a frequent activator there. I'd love to hook up sometime and just kind of watch you, and maybe you can Elmer me on a few things.
Okay, so this is Dave. I was activating a really cool memorial on Hawaii, and he came out. He was vacationing with his family. He showed up. He saw the spots. He saw me, and he came out. He actually saved the activation. He activated the park. He and I just working contacts back and forth on multi-bands. Just go out. If your local park gets activated, go out there. Or, again, contact also the people that activate your local parks. But literally, multiple people have just walked onto my activation because they said, I saw your spot. I was in the neighborhood. I wanted to meet you, and they just came out. Multiple people. That's happened to me. So there you go.
All right, thanks for the advice.
Yeah.
Hey, Josh.
Yeah. Hey, Lars. What's up, man?
You're a married man to a ham, correct?
She is indeed. I mean, she was a ham before she met me, but now she's an amateur radio operator. Yes.
So, what is your advice on buying an HF rig that you and your wife will both be using? Do you have any recommendations for a base station?
Yeah.
Something that. Go ahead.
This sucks because my piece of advice is it just passed. So what you do is for Mother's Day, you buy the HF radio and you engrave your name on it, and then you give it to her, and then you say, "This is for both of us to use."
Homer.
Okay.
Is that where you're going, Josh?
Well, the other one was there's a song called S-Word Boyfriend. I got you a beard trimmer for your birthday with my name on it. Like that's the joke that my wife and I would
The
always do.
best people to ask this question is Ham Radio Duo on YouTube.
Yeah.
Husband and wife. They do CW activations together.
Yeah.
She wanted a 7300 so bad. So guess what? He gets to sit next to her when she uses the 7300.
Yeah.
So Rose and Marty, who got married at the ham radio outlet in Anaheim, Rose is the one who ends up buying a lot of the radios. And I'll be there, and like, so when the 101 came out, the 101 MP, she just bought it. And she's like, "Oh, it's for both of us. We're gonna set this up at home. It's for both of us." So if you could just get her to buy it, then like all roads become real easy. So maybe you just need to take her out and do POTA with it.
Well, that's the thing, is it's not a question of like if we're gonna buy a radio, it's when we buy, because she really wants one.
Well, you got the G90. You got the G90.
You are way ahead of most men in ham radio.
Yeah.
She's actually more interested in getting her general than I am. Let's put it that way.
Oh,
like she's
okay.
already studying for a general. She's like, she knows more about the general test than I do at this point. Let's put it that way.
Having met your wife tangentially via the internet, I'm not too surprised. She seems like she's fairly squared away. So have you taken her on a POTA yet? Have you done a POTA with her?
No, that's something on our bucket list this summer.
Yeah,
but what we're planning on doing is we're planning on both getting our general on. Probably next month. We're going to get the test done, and then this summer we're going to go up to a High Point and do a POTA / SOTA. I think it's a SOTA as well.
Nice.
This summer.
So let me ask you: do you have a New Jersey? Are there any ham radio stores in the area?
No, not a one. Not that I've seen.
How hard? Because you got the young one too. That's really difficult. I was going to say, how difficult would it be to come out to like a ham fest or something and you could go hands-on with some of the newer stuff?
Well, there's a ham fest here in Jersey next month, actually. It's one of the largest in the state.
Oh my gosh, there you go. Go to that. Honestly, take the kid in a stroller, walk the space, and have her play around with the radios and figure out what she finds most interesting. Are like the majors going to be there? Yaesu, ICOM, all those?
Yep.
Dude, you gotta go.
How about find a club that's doing a field day this month and see?
Go to a field day.
Assortment of radios out there. Go to field day and you can try out a few different radios.
We're doing a field day later this month. Right? Yeah. Field day.
Yeah.
Going up to a place up in Jersey. A guy I know. He's got. They do the field day every year, and he invited us already, so we're going to do that.
Yeah. I would definitely go to that ham fest though, and I would let her find a radio that she enjoys using. That and use the folks that are there at the booth. Like, ask them questions like, I kind of want to experience what it's like to operate. We both do. Can you walk us through what it would be like to operate with this thing? We're getting our license, or maybe you already will have your general by that point. Yeah, that's a super good idea. Do that, please.
And so my follow up to that is, how hard is it for you to find time to use your radio when your wife wants to use it all the time?
My wife doesn't want to use my radios. She only wants to use my radios after I set them up, and or we're driving somewhere and somebody says something on like Simplex and they're being salty, or they're trying to make a contact and she wants to get the SOTA contact or whatever they're doing. Then she'll jump on. If I set up the radio to do POTA and she's not in the middle of dealing with the kids or making food or whatever, then she'll run over and she'll try and do an activation.
Got it. Yeah, we're leaning towards I'm leaning towards the 710 right now, just because it's in our budget. But I'm gonna let the wife look at some radios and see what she wants.
Yeah, don't Vern and Renee have separate ham shacks?
Yes.
I don't got that kind of space.
Whichever radio she likes is much more important than where it falls on the Sherwood list.
Tom, that's exactly the right answer. Yes, Tom. Yeah, 1,000 times correct, Tom. It is the operation of the radio. It's the aesthetics of the radio are going to be more important. Which, by the way, it should be for everybody at this point. Like, if you buy any of the major radios right now, it's really going to come down to, do you like operating it? And the aesthetics are going to be as important as where Sherwood puts them. No offense to Sherwood. This isn't taking anything away from his real numbers that he's doing. But most of the time, the human ear can't even tell the difference on a lot of these damn radios. So find something you like to operate. That's the most important thing. 710 is a really good choice, though. You would be hard-pressed to find a better radio for the price.
I brought my 705 and my FTX 1F out to the field the other day. I didn't make a video. I was planning on making a video. But then things happened. The one thing I noticed the screen resolution on the FTX 1F is a bit better than the 705.
Okay.
And as much as I love the speaker and the audio quality and the volume of the FTX 1F,
yeah,
the 705, when I had it next to the FTX 1F, wasn't
lacking
as quiet as I remembered it.
You went full
FTX
Christopher
1F
Walken on that, by the way, too. You went a little.
The 705. it's not quiet. It's still upset.
Walken.
Your neighbors.
More cowbell.
If you have the volume cranked, but the I mean, it's a newer rate. I mean, how old is the 705?
Is it like 4 years now? 4 or 5?
No, I've been in Texas 4.5 years. So
oh my God, has it been 5 years for the 705?
Dude, at least, yeah, at least.
No way, dude. Time is going far too fast, guys. Everybody stop.
I know.
Everybody stop. Slow way down.
But another thing that I noticed is the difference between on the FTX 1F Super DX and not Super DX.
Super DX.
Super DX pulls the signals out. Like, I'm giving everyone, like, I'm getting so many 5.9 plus signals on the FTX 1F when Super DX is on, but when it's off, it doesn't receive it. And I'm looking at the meter. It doesn't receive as well as the 705, but the 705 doesn't have that option. It's not a preamp. And I don't run the preamp. I just have it set to IPO, intercept point optimization, whatever it is. No preamps, no attenuators, RF gain cranked. Like, I run my radios wide open, but I do not use preamps and I do not use attenuators pretty much ever. And there's not, like, I need to do a really comprehensive comparison, but I was surprised. But the resolution on the screen of the FTX 1F is a bit nicer, but the touchscreen itself sucks a little bit more.
Mike, follow up on that. In direct sunlight, how easy are those screens to read?
Similar.
They're similar. I would give the nod to the 705.
Oh.
If you're in direct sunlight, they're hard to see. But I think the 705 pulls it out a little bit better. Not much.
I know that's not a huge issue. I was just thinking, like, because I know you just put your hand over it and you can see, but it's just one of those things where it can get kind of annoying.
I've never not been able to see the screen on either of them. So
okay.
It's just, you're looking at a color screen with if the sunlight is shining directly at it, it's going to wash it out a little bit. Same with the 7300. I've taken the 7610 out portable. Like, it's a color screen. They're not, you got to understand, like, the color screens that all these radio companies are using are not the cutting edge technology that all the phones are using inside of our pockets. They're like probably at least a decade behind.
Mm-hmm. I did get a comment from Mr. This Is Me Too, and they said, can we just agree that the 710 is the go-to HF radio and stop speaking of other radios? Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
Absolutely not.
This is like car enthusiasts. Like, everybody's got a favorite, and honestly, again, these radios are not significantly different from when you hear them. Like, again, your human ears, they have not been upgraded. The radios have upgraded, but your hardware is the same. So it literally comes down to personal choice a lot of times. You really do need to pick one that you like.
Years of working on a gun range, I can't barely hear as it is now, so I don't think I can hear the difference between a...
Well, you just
the
keep
FTX
cranking that
1F
nut
is going to be louder.
It is loud. It is loud. That is the biggest thing.
Like the G90 I have, I'm thinking that's my POTA radio for now. And just as a good base station, just something to have in the house.
That Optima is a great mobile radio.
Yeah. Well, I don't have the Optima. The G90 is a great radio for what it is, but it doesn't have noise reduction. It doesn't have notch filters. So you're going to hear all that noise and get that ear fatigue. But for $400, it's kind of hard to say no to it.
By the way, can we talk 2 meter 440 on the FT1X? because I don't find it that
awesome.
easy to program. Well, I don't find it that easy to program. And when I upgraded the firmware, all of my programming went away. That is a bad idea.
Yeah,
that's because you had to upload the.
You got to save.
You had to save it to an SD card. It's because you had to update the bootloader, right? You're flashing a new bootloader to it, so you had to reset the radio. I don't think it's that bad to program. I mean, you just punch in the frequency, go into the menu, set your tones, and hold the memory button down. I mean, it's pretty straightforward.
Yeah, the thing is, it doesn't always hold the tone squelch. At least that's what I've found.
Yeah, we're still trying to help out Lars, so you guys started going off in the weeds.
You answered my question. I just want to say thank you for the answer to the question.
Yeah, buddy.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, okay. He was just it was a salutation.
I just wanted to say thank you and then close it out. Go ahead.
You got a couple of things to do there, and I can't wait for you to come back and tell us what you decided on, and hopefully it's something that
you mean what my wife decided on?
Yeah, honestly, just go with that, man.
These are all just axioms on let your wife pick the radio stations.
It really is. Like from one married guy to another, I think you know where I'm going with this. You know what I'm laying down.
Just do what Fred Kemmer, AB10C, said. He built a 160-foot tower in his backyard, and his wife has an antenna on it, too.
I like that. That's good.
Question.
Go ahead, question.
So this might just be me not doing enough searching, short-sighted, not looking around, whatever. I want to start building many different kinds of antennas. I don't have any one in particular right now that I want to build. But what I am finding is it's hard to find information on balance. I understand the anatomy of a balun, but what I can't find is there a formula or is there some resource that tells me how many turns I would need through a ferrite core for whatever type of balun I'm making. So if it's like a 64-1, 49-1, etc. I can't find any information on this, and I might just not be looking hard enough. It might be right under my nose, and I'm not seeing it. I don't know.
I know Adam has a
I was going to say, I need to use the restroom, and this is a perfect time to tag in Adam. Yeah. Does he have ears on? Adam, are you there? Oh, he came off mute.
The simple answer.
Okay, I'm going to run to the restroom. Adam, you run with it. I'll be back.
Yeah, so the simple answer is that for transformer balance, the transformance ratio is the square of the turns ratio. So 3-to-1 turns ratio from your primary to your secondary gives you a 9-to-1 balun. 2-to-1 turns ratio gives you a 4-to-1 balun, and so on. So it's the square. For a transformer, it's the square of the primary to secondary count of turns to figure out that impedance transformation that you get. There's other stuff to it, and I don't have any specific references, but there are voltage baluns and current baluns that fill slightly different functions and purposes, and certain ones are better for different applications in antennas, and you have to, build them differently to achieve those different functions. So
yeah,
those would be things to look up as well.
Adam, do you like the Smoking Apes videos on the subject?
Yeah, he's got good stuff. He gives some good breakdowns of the different characteristics and the different functions of. I think I remember seeing one. I think where he talked about that specifically, voltage versus current balance.
Right. Yeah, he went through a whole slideshow. Of course, every one of his things is a whole slideshow, but he went through several slideshows on all kinds of differences in balance, and he does talk about how to test them, how to, different techniques for testing them, usually using O-scopes, which to me, that's too much money. But he and Jim enjoy it. But if you look up the Smoking Ape on YouTube, he's got a lot of information on there. And another guy that I have seen discuss some of it is M0MSN, Mike, out of the UK. but he's more focused, I think. I haven't seen that much from him. He's more like if you want to build a loop, he's the guy. But Ape has a lot of good information on balance and transformers and all of that kind of stuff.
Josh, on your settings, once these guys are done, let me tell you.
Okay, let me get this device. Let me get this digital thing going. So, guys, what do I do? What do I do here? What am I doing now?
Okay, switch it to 991A instead of 991.
That's not an option.
You don't have A in there?
No, sir. I'm running 2.6.1. Do I need to upgrade? Is that the problem? It's not even that old, I don't think.
Do you have to use the improved? I cannot get.
I installed the standard because somebody said don't ever put improved on. So I installed standard. I set it up, and I've been making QSOs ever since. So you do not need improved.
Video, and it does not work for me.
Okay, so you do need the 2.7.0
standard
version. So just update that, and you'll get the 991A.
2.7.0, everybody. All right, here we go.
Hang on.
On the video, I was using the enhanced, but I'm using now the standard.
Oh, is that a beta release?
Not anymore.
No, not the 2.7.0.
Paul, I literally watched your video the day you posted it, and then I saw you were using WSJTX improved.
I know, and you don't like that one.
I am avoiding that like
Dude,
cancer.
That is a piece of trash. I also had a ton of problems with that thing.
So you don't need it. I'm running it right now, 2.7.0.
Okay, I'm downloading it now. We're literally doing this live.
And then you got all the settings right. Change it to 991A, and let's hope this sets it.
Yeah, I it's not that hard once you've done this 1,000 times.
Also,
so
Josh,
there's got to be something else.
If you can't get it direct, the other way I get it to work is through HRD, if you have HRD.
I do, but I don't want to. Well, I do, but I don't want to load it on this laptop. I'm not running it on the laptop. So I hear what you're saying, and that is a way I can go, but this laptop is already pretty cromulent. I'm not trying to.
But yeah, I do run it direct. I've done both because somebody asked me if I could run direct, and so I went ahead and tried it. Was able to do it.
All right, we're installing.
In your logging programs, are you using 991A for rig control or DX10? Just out of curiosity, because I had heard you use DX10 for the radio.
My initial radio, I did DX10, and then I decided. And what was weird about the DX10 setting was I did notice like a hesitation in the transmit, and sometimes like the timing wasn't quite right. It was still making the QSOs, but the timing wasn't right. Even though my clock, all that was right, it was like a transmission timing. So it was something on the comm setting. So I tried 991A, and I don't notice that lag anymore in the transmission.
Okay, thank you. Because in my software that does, I have a contest program, and I was trying to. The CAT manual isn't out for this radio yet, unfortunately.
I don't have
the manuals. The CAT manual. So I didn't know which one to pick, and I saw some stuff about DX10. So I'll look at just using the 991 code for or 991A code for right now.
It still doesn't have 91.
No, so that means. So that's a ham lib difference then. We've got different ham libs. So I'm going to have to go download.
Shoot. Well, try the 10 because I've gotten it to work on the 10.
Oh, okay.
Try FTDX 10.
Okay, do I do test or just save it and close?
Click, well, actually, I'm looking at your YouTube, so it's delayed. Just click FTDX 10. You got the COM6 was enhanced. Yeah, test it.
Well, there is a button here that says update ham lib.
Your default baud rate on the FTX is 38400, I believe.
Oh.
And my baud rate is 38, and I set my PC's baud rate to make sure it was the same as well.
Mine
64-bit doesn't work.
Mine should
okay, if it matches, I don't think it'll. I think it's fine as long as it matches.
Yeah, because it's a USB port after all.
If it doesn't, and here's the other thing: hit OK, close WSJTX, and start it up again with these settings.
Well, you'll have to do that, I think, when you update hamlib anyway.
Do you even need hamlib?
It's automatic.
Yeah.
That's what WSJTX.
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry, somebody else say the same thing. Yeah, that's what WSJTX uses for rig control is hamlib.
Well, right, but you don't need rig control for FT8. You can just set it to the frequency on the radio, right?
So I did an update.
Do that.
I did an update, and the firmware changed it. I did a firmware update just now, so maybe that's why it's freaking out.
You can also do CW with 2 wires.
My WSJTX 2.7 will not open on my Mac. It won't give me the option to open it as like an admin because it's an unregistered whatever.
Yeah, mine popped up with a potential virus every time I download.
Yeah, but you're on Windows.
Yeah, I just downloaded anyway.
So it didn't like the DX10.
Now click OK because you've changed so many things. Click OK, shut it down, and restart WSJTX.
Okay, I've shut it down. Let's do a restart here. Oh, I've got the stack problem now. Okay, let's see what version of hamlib we're on. Hold on. I want to see what we got going on. Hamlib.
Yeah, try to update hamlib, see if it and
Current
restart it.
stable is 462. All right, let's keep that up there.
See if 991A pops up if you update it.
No, it didn't. It didn't take. So let me go to the radio. 461. All right, so we have one. Oh, wrong one. All right, so maybe I need to load the new hamlib. Yeah, it's not good. Is there an exe? There is. Okay. I bet that might be the problem.
Well, mine's 461.
Oh, then. Wow, you mean to tell me that these radios are not the same?
I mean, that could be, but
Josh, you don't have anything else using hamlib by any chance, just in case it's static. The DLL is dynamically linked. Do you not have anything doing that?
There's nothing else running right now.
Okay, that's fine. Just want to check.
Yeah.
The only other thing is to test the 32-bit. Check 32-bit. Set a 64, restart it, and try one more time.
Set it to 32. What are you talking about?
30. Yeah, he just downloaded the 32-bit.
No, you can choose either one on next to the hamlib.
I'm running 32. Well, I mean, it's W32. That doesn't mean... Oh, I see what you're saying.
No, I mean in WSJTX.
All right, hold on. Okay, so that should be done. Well, I'm running the 64-bit version. Are you running the 32-bit version?
I am running the 32-bit version.
Do you have a 32-bit processor?
I have no idea, but if it works, I keep it there.
Yeah, 64-bit will
It's all 64. It'll run it. I mean, even Windows installs things in the 32-bit folder still.
Why would they be different?
I have no idea, Josh. I'm not a programmer. I play with things till I either break them or they work.
The 32 bit's a different address scheme.
Is no way are we having that problem because it's 32-bit versus 64. That's insane.
No, I don't think so.
Well, I mean, the API calling convention is also different, but you can just... I'm wondering if that 32 64-bit radio selector will actually change which one it tries to use, or if that's only for the updater.
Which selector? I didn't even know what you're talking about.
In your WSJTX window, right next to the button that says Update hamlib, it had a button that says 32-bit or 64-bit.
Oh,
but I'm wondering if that only applies to the update or if that applies to which one it tries to use.
Oh, yeah. Okay, let's try that. Nope.
The thing is,
what a
the
great tool.
991's been in hamlib for a long time. I'm sorry, the 991A should have been in hamlib for quite a long time. So I'm surprised you updating hamlib would be an issue.
Yeah, I agree. All right.
Yeah, but it's weird because his doesn't have the 991A.
Yeah. They don't like it, kids.
Yeah, I have no doubt that as soon as Yaesu releases the cat manual, the hamlib will support the radio directly,
Well,
but they need to release that manual.
No, it literally what has to happen is one of those radios needs to get in the hands of somebody that has, that can update hamlib, and then it gets loaded into hamlib. Hamlib gets added to the plethora of softwares that run it, and then it becomes native.
Yeah, but it is a lot easier if Yaesu releases the manual. Otherwise, they have to reverse engineer it.
Yeah.
That stuff should have been released 2 months before the radio was released, so software companies could get ahead of it.
Yeah, absolutely. Because they're not going to change that much. That's not going to be changed by firmware.
Oh Jesus, it's like no, that's a virus. You're trying to download a virus. Good Lord, just give me the file. You can't see it because it's this overhead camera's blocking it. Windows.
Do you have any other apps
trying
that
to be
use
smarter
Hamlib?
than
I'm
me.
wondering if it's an integration with WSJTX that's broken, or if it's Hamlib itself that's broken. If you've got like FLDigi or some other digital tool.
Well, I'm
wondering
not
if that
there.
works.
I'm not going down that road yet. Hold on. What the
Yes,
hell?
we need to make it work on WinLink.
I turned off Windows Defender. Why are you doing this? God, you're just getting in my way all the time, Windows. All the time. See, every time somebody's like, "Oh yeah, Windows way better than Mac OS," blah blah blah. I'm not saying Mac OS is great. But if you see stuff like this and you're like, "No, this is a good operating system." It's like, "Bro, I'm not my grandma. I'm not downloading a virus to myself. Like, just let me use my computer the way I want to use it. If I brick my computer, that's my bad. I know how to reinstall it. This is insanity."
Yeah. Well, I don't.
Maybe try Linux?
I could.
Yeah. I'll be honest with you. On the Mac, I am tired of setting shared memory every time I want to run WSJTX. I should be able to modify it just like I do Linux. I go in and modify the syscontrol.a file, and it comes up the same way every freaking time. I should not have to reset it every time I reboot the Mac.
You still have? I don't have that. I don't have that issue at all, Don.
Yeah, you just said it once.
I've updated everything. It still tells me, "Oh, I can't run because I don't have any shared memory." You have to get.
Yeah, there's a how-to on WSJTX to do that.
Well, to create a script, come on, it's supposed to be fixed. They claim they're going to fix it.
This might be something that you would have to change in your internet options, because I think you're being blocked by the browser by Edge instead of Windows Defender itself. So if you open up the internet options, you might be able to change the security settings for the browser.
This is insane.
Yeah, because Microsoft does insert stuff into browsers.
It used to be a separate settings menu. I don't know if it's changed for Windows 11, but it used to be a separate window entirely called Internet Options.
Are you kidding?
Oh,
Jesus.
And then there should be a security tab somewhere at the top.
Oh my God. No, medium. Let me download what I want to download. It's probably going to be all upsetty if I do this. Let's see. Go back to... Yeah, this is it. Just give me the damn file. Come on.
I'm not looking at the screen. So what browser are you using, just out of curiosity?
This is Edge.
Edge.
Oh, okay. Because Chrome will,
that was it.
Chrome will let you override it. Okay.
So the problem I have with Chrome, I have no usability problems with Chrome. The problem I have with Chrome is when I do a live stream, Chrome is a hog. Chrome uses way too many resources than it needs to. It just does not.
Maybe try Firefox?
I have, yeah. I've done that too. I'm probably going to end up going back to Firefox, though.
And Windows or Edge is a Chromium browser, so it's based on Chrome.
Yeah, I know. They're all based on... Well, those are based on Chromium, but anyway.
Yeah, Firefox is not, because it still allows you to run uBlock Origin, and I'm not going to do YouTube without uBlock Origin.
The Brave browser is built on Chromium, and they have committed to keeping Manifest v2 for uBlock Origin support. So if you wanted a Chromium-based browser that does that, you can try Brave.
I tried it, and it was refusing to load it as a app, but I can try it again.
That might be a problem of the Chrome Web Store. I think you have to install it from a third-party web store.
Well, it's already there. It's just complaining that it won't run it.
Weird.
Yeah, I'll try it again. Like I said, I mean, I'm running Zen right now just for the hell of it.
I need a Zen right now.
Yeah. Well, I also downloaded something called Ladybird too, that supposedly has all that stuff built in.
Ladybird is still pre-alpha software. It has very little of the security that you would actually need.
That's what I want. I want to run wild and free.
Not in that sense. Like in the sense that there has been very little hardness testing on making sure it's not vulnerable to exploits.
I will. I shout out to John Crook. You know, buddy, I'm a big fan. I try to always play it straight with Yasu. I posted a picture of me in Hawaii, and I had the QRP station, and he said, "Why not the FTX one?" And I replied to him when I got back, and I said, "Dog, it's because I couldn't do digital modes with it. I literally came back from Hamvention, packed up, and left for Hawaii, and I would have taken the FT1. I would have taken my 50-watt amplifier. I would have done that the whole trip, but I couldn't do digital modes, and I knew I was going to need FT8, and I still can't. I still can't do it.
Just to double check, have you tried unplugging and replugging the USB cable?
Tyler, I love you.
This makes me so happy.
I love you. So what? Are you in IT, Tyler? Are you in IT?
I am a software engineer. Yes.
You son of a.
Isn't that the second? That's the second question, isn't it? Did you try plugging it in and unplugging and plugging it back in? That's the second question of IT support.
Obviously, Grayman is not here. Is Grayman here?
And turning it on again.
Where's Grayman? Is he here? Is Grayman in the room? Where's Grayman?
I'm so happy that I figured out. So now I have 2.7.0 up and running on my Mac. Apparently, you got to go into the deep F menu in Macs now. To hit like the open anyway, like a Windows will be like Windows security, and then you got to click the thing at the bottom left to open it anyway. Mac buried that a little bit, so I googled it and I found it. So I have 2.7.0 now in WSJTX.
And
it's
Mike,
awesome watching Josh, who is exponentially smarter than me, still struggle with this.
And Mike, did you have to write that damn script?
I don't know what that even means, Don.
So,
well, when I start mine on the Mac, it complains about shared memory. And the fix for it was
Don,
to write
if you believe, would you believe that I have a video titled like Masterclass in WSJTX? And in that video, I go over where you need to open terminal and copy and paste a couple commands for that.
Right.
And then you never, ever, ever see it again, ever.
No, it comes up every time I reboot.
Well, you're
only for you, Don. Not for me either. Yep. So I think, Don, you got something unique going on there.
Have you tried logging off and logging back in again, Don?
Turning it off.
I've updated the Mac to the latest version. I don't know, 5 or 6. And whoever says that the Mac doesn't go out in the middle of the night and upgrade the software is fooling themselves, because it does it just as bad as Windows does.
Oh, that is not true.
In Device Manager, I thought I saw COM7 and COM6.
It is. There's a standard and enhanced. We're using the enhanced COM6 port because that was the one that everybody said I had to use. So we'll try COM7. Testing it now. Testing it live. Jim Mack just installed WSJTX, and there was no 991A. There's just 991 for him.
Yeah, I'm on version 2.7 on Linux with hamlib 4.6.2, and there's no 991A, but it works with 991 with just the 991.
Okay, so we'll go back to the 991 with the 7 and the COM7 and see if that works. Right now, I set the polling interval to 10 seconds, which usually solves a lot of problems, but that's
see. This is the weird thing, though, is I'm hearing people tonight on your stream complaining about 40 meters of voice, this and that. It's like some radios have some issues, others don't.
Yeah.
And then other radios have issues that others. It's just weird. This is just strange, because I think there was one or two guys watching the video when I did the first one, and a couple guys got it to work, and a couple guys couldn't get it to work. So I don't know what's going on.
I am confident that nothing we try is going to work, fellas. Just my background in software tells me that none of this is going to work. I think the hamlib is fakakta right now, and I think that there's I don't even know why 2.7. By the way, 2.7 like okay. My understanding is that hamlib is baked into most of this software, including WSJTX. So you can go out and jam a penny into your hamlib by downloading whatever's off of GitHub. But most of the time, you know what? I'll restart the computer after this just to like make sure that it's all in there. Yeah, it's not there. But
and just last double check. Are you sure that the cable is plugged in correctly to the back of the radio?
It's not the back; it's the side. But yes, it is.
Josh,
well, we know it is because we see
how
it.
Computers work, or
we see it on the set. We see it in the device.
Do you have your USB-C plugged in correctly?
Yeah, I flipped it. It's the wrong side. It's the wrong side of the USB-C.
It'll work now.
Okay.
So when we're talking about, I have a legit question. When we're talking about, let me get in here, data bits,
data bits,
handshake.
Okay.
I always 100% of the time have mine set to default. And then for mode and split, I have data packet and fake it. And then I'm using cat for PTT.
Yeah.
Why would you use like 8.1 and none for data bits, stop bits, and handshake?
It's literally what the radio calls for. It's just a part of the
one of my
cat control.
radios. Sorry, one of my radios uses 8 and 2, or sorry, 7 and 2, and I don't know why.
Yaesu's did for a while. They used 7 and 2.
You know what they use.
Out of curiosity, did you install the drivers from Yaesu already?
Yeah. I'm going to do it again.
How do you know what data bits and stop bits it uses, though?
It's called out by the manufacturer.
Always work for me.
It's called out by the manufacturer.
Because hamlib has the default set within it, so it's gonna when you select default, it's just gonna use the default. So hamlib has.
I see. Thank you. Thank you for the actual answer.
And if you want us to go all the way back to 1980 and explain how serial ports were, okay, just checking, Mike, just checking.
Do you think I would be able to comprehend it anyway if you did, Don?
If we could just go back to 86, I would have taken
If it was explained correctly, I'm sure
I could drive to your house faster than I would understand it.
But going back to your other question, I'm pretty sure that your computer and device manager is seeing the actual conversion that's part of the chip in the cable. I'm not sure it's seeing the radio necessarily. I think it's just seeing the serial connection in the cable.
That's possible. Okay, where's the driver?
I didn't have to install a driver.
I downloaded it from the 710 page.
Okay. So we're jamming a penny in it. Here we go.
Well, yeah, all of them are the same.
Yeah, it's the same Yaesu driver. My 101, my 891.
Okay, let's see.
Maybe
that's
the same as the ICOM as well, because I leave my ICOM drivers in there, and the Yaesus work just fine.
Maybe that's my problem. Maybe no. See, it's showing number 2, which means I definitely have another 2 copies of this.
Yeah.
Hey, Josh, just to make sure to check on a driver, when you have a thing from experience with another program, have you been able to use like HRD or some other logging program?
I'm not loading.
On that radio?
I'm not doing HRD. I already said I'm not doing that.
No. I'm not saying necessarily HRD, but have you used any other program to do rig control on that radio?
No.
Okay, so my one question is, because this, believe it or not, this order matters. Just to double check that when you first installed the driver for the radio, did you do that before you plugged the cable in? Because that actually is important.
Yes.
Okay, just checking. Thank you.
I believe that was actually the first things I did. Okay.
Since Tim is not here, I will ask the obligatory question.
Here it is. We might do it. We might do it. I think I'm at that point where I'm just going to do a factory reset.
Well, did you update your firmware on the FT1X yet?
I did. Yeah.
Did you do? You would have done a factory reset then.
I mean, if it manually said to do it, I did not. But if it did it through the application.
If I remember correctly, it does, which I thought was weird.
Let's do it now. Let's do it right now. Hold on. Here we go.
Wait, what is he saying?
He's saying you have to do a factory reset, Mike.
You did after you updated the bootloader. You had to do a factory reset. Yes,
I did do. So I can't confirm nor deny, but I did do a factory reset after I updated the firmware on mine. Because that's what the instructions said to do.
Yeah.
Now keep in mind, anything you got programmed in there, you're going to lose. So you're going to want to back it up to the SD
I
card
got
first.
This radio has so many problems. Nobody has anything saved in it. It doesn't matter.
Did you get the Apple or the Windows 11 FTX?
What?
I think I got the Windows one. So you guys want to hear, while Josh is doing this, you guys want to hear a good story.
It's
my
resetted.
FTX has had, Josh, I don't know if you've used the voice memory playback function yet, but I use that a lot on my radios when I do POTA. It straight up is a disaster.
Okay.
On the FTX 1F. So much so that I've sent, let's just say, my people at Yaesu, I think we know who that is, a couple unlisted YouTube videos just showing the problem. Yaesu sent me a return label. And I just sent my FTX 1F back to Yaesu yesterday.
What?
Yeah. They don't know what's going on. I'm like, don't you guys have one of these to just try it yourselves and see what's happening? I'm convinced there is nobody at Yaesu that actually uses their radios.
They all use ICOM.
You've accomplished failures at levels never before expected, Mike. And they need
if there's
your
someone that's
radio
gonna
for
break
science.
something.
They need your radio for science.
Yeah. But I never had like the 40 meter didn't transmit, though I don't get on 40 because it's always dead in the day in Texas when I'm out. So I never get on 40. But when I hit when you go into like the voice memory playback thing, if I'm on 20 meters, it'll send a CQ and break-ins on, all that stuff. Everything's good. I'm using a SanDisk, brand new, just bought, formatted with the radio. Go to 17 meters, hit that number 1 button to send your voice message, and it just nope. 15 meters, nope. 12 meters, nope. 10 meters, nope.
All of this is why I didn't bring this radio to Hawaii. There's no way.
Yeah.
My vacation would have been ruined. This thing would be thrown into the Kilauea volcano if I was there with this radio. Oh my god! Oh my god! Wait!
You got it.
Did you just restart your computer, or what did you do?
You got it.
Factory reset. Hold on. It did take it a long time. It did take a long time. All right, hold on. We got to make sure we got the audio check too. Hold on now. Oh yeah, not found.
You son of a bitch.
You son of a bitch.
Yeah, you have to reselect them. You're good, man.
Okay, all right. We got.
Wait! Stop! You got to remember. Go back to the audio and remember transmit audio and tune.
Oh.
So it was flipping the USB-C the other way.
It was. Okay, remember what am I supposed? What are you talking about, Mike? I don't do any of that shit.
Go under audio,
yeah.
And at the bottom, remember power settings by band. Check the transmit and the tune.
I never do that.
And that way,
never.
That way, when you tune it, and it remembers the power settings and the tune settings, so you don't have to mess with your slider, and it remembers the ALC and all that crap.
No. It yeeted itself out again. We were so close.
No.
Okay, it's back. It's back.
Put them all to default. The data bits, stop bits, and handshake.
Okay, we're going full Mike
Set
YOLO.
split mode to fake it.
Oh. Split mode is fake. Yeah, I run fake it too. I don't know about none. Okay.
So I've never run fake it. I don't know the difference. I guess I've always run none.
You gotta see what's going on.
You're always
here
running split when you're doing FT8.
Me? I'm not. I fake it.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. But FT8 in general is split. We're always running split.
Yeah, but you're not at the. Well,
no.
I manually split it so that I'm actually using ham radio.
No, it's kicking itself out. It's not taking 40. Or 20.
Then it'll actually transmit.
Somebody else suggests. I saw another video. He was using the 891 settings.
So we're gonna save this. We're gonna save it off, and we're gonna close it because that's another thing. That's another pro tip on WSJTX is just close out of it.
I'll tell you what Yaesu better not do in a year. They better not come out with an FTX 1A.
Oh, okay. So hold on. So Ham without a plan, calling out the 9.8. So I set this manually to 38, and I tried to set it as high as it would go. So let's go check it if the factory reset brought it back to 98, which it probably did. So hold on, let me
Well,
get
default it's at 38.
Is it?
Yeah, I think so.
Why would you want? So I don't know why I would want a different baud rate. Why would one be better than the other?
It's just faster.
They're faster and faster the higher the number.
But so 38,000 is higher than 9,000.
Exactly. Yes.
But what does that do? What does that do?
It's
realistically, if you
no 38.4, it left it on 38.4.
You'll still get people, Mike, that say, "Oh, 9600 is more stable."
That doesn't answer my question. What is it? What does it matter? If that's just how fast my radio communicates with my computer.
Correct.
Yes.
Right. Yeah. So faster is better. Faster is always better.
I don't think that it would matter nearly as much, at least on a rig control, though.
On a USB, it won't matter anyway.
Mike, if you had a questionable USB cable that it was doing a lot of retries at 38.4, it would run. It would probably be less of a problem at 96. But if you have a decent USB cable, it really shouldn't make a difference.
It's not.
What I'm trying to say though is
whoever said that. Go ahead, Jonathan.
What I'm trying to say is that in the grand scheme of things with rig control, you're not really sending that much data, I don't think. You're sending like frequency information and transmit and receive and simple stuff like that. That doesn't take a lot of symbols, so I don't think the speed wouldn't be that important, at least on that. Maybe in other serial communication situations, it would be absolutely more important, but not for rig control.
Yeah,
if you were trying to do the spectrum. If you were trying to do the spectrum window from a program, like you showed a spectrum window and it was trying to get the spectrum data over the USB, then you'd want it as high as possible, for example.
Josh, I think you need to use the orange cable.
Yeah. I do need to use the orange cable. I mean, that's the other thing at this point is I got to try using a different cable. Nope. Okay, it will not do FTDX10. So I tried switching to that. Go to 991. Yeah. What if we go to 99? No, 990 is not it.
I tried a bunch of those.
Oh, yeah, so it popped up immediately
Did
with
you
that.
try 891?
I tried the 891. Didn't work for me.
But did Josh? Because I saw a video, a guy had it on the 891 settings.
Yeah,
what
see if it worked for someone else.
Chaos, dude.
Yeah.
This is chaos.
Dude, I have pulled out the little bit of hair that I have, and I just shaved my head the other day.
Radio's not even, the radio isn't even flipping. It's not even, it doesn't even try to change. It doesn't even try to change.
Yeah. I just get ham lib errors.
Did you still have hair when you finished my video, though? So was it other people that finished off your hair?
To be fair, I skimmed through your video to the good parts.
All right, sweet. That's what I like.
It was literally right in the top. It was right in the beginning. That's all you need is that first page. But Prep and Paul, congratulations on making a video that just gets right to the point. So good
38
job.
seconds. That was pretty good, right? Well, I don't
Yeah,
need
buddy.
viewed hours anymore.
All right, so we're going to go to properties.
Brocam saying change it to default per K at MRD's suggestion.
Let's change the baud rate of the port to 38,400. This won't matter, but we're going to do it anyway. And now that I said that, it will matter. So watch.
100% it's going to work.
Yep, 100%. We're locking it in here.
Restart it.
Oh, you're probably right. Yeah, restart. Everything's restart. Jeez. All right, everybody, cool down time. Cool down time for WSJTX. It's got to release its memories.
Do you have does it crash when? For me, if you change something and it doesn't work, WSJTX just crashes. I have to command option escape force quit it. It's so unstable on Mac.
Nope. No. It just set it back to 40 meters. Let me move myself out of the way here. So I'm gonna be over here now. I'm blocking the goodness, but it just sets itself back to 40. Anytime I try and change bands, it just locks in at 40.
I am so glad they ran out of these radios.
Do this real quick, Josh.
When I went up to see if I could buy one.
Change it to 20 on the radio and try it. I want to see if it does what mine did.
Okay.
Change it to 20 meters on the radio, then switch it to 20 in the software and see if it switches, because mine would hold it then. Initially, mine was doing that. It would only be on one frequency.
Okay.
And I couldn't change it.
All right. Oh, it literally changed. Okay, so it changed on the app, but it didn't move the radio frequency. What are the odds now? What are the odds that I change? Hold on. Oh, man, it's giving me allergies. I am going to, let's see. I will change this to 074 manually. No, I'm doing too much right now. I'm doing too much. I am on AfterChat.
The crazy thing is that's what I just suggested.
I was just testing it on with my FTX one, and I was able to get it to work. But I tried using FO Rig to see if I could connect it up without really much trying, and it worked perfectly.
Well, I was seeing that it was keying his push to talk, but it wasn't. It was kicking it out for rig control. So I was like, well, if he sets it manually on the radio, and then the software follows the radio, not the other way around.
But what it was doing with me, just like it did with him there, it'll switch it back for some reason. It's weird. But when I changed it to 20 like he's doing now.
Okay, watch this. The app just got it, so I manually tuned it. So I bet you. Let's see.
Yeah, it looks like it's one way for sure.
This is.
So whoever was saying that
audio
you got
is no
Rig
good
to work.
Yeah, I went into FO Rig and then went to transceiver control and just found 991A and looked through, found had it auto detected and then hit the initialize and it immediately just worked perfectly. Though I'm running Linux Mint, so that might be different, but it's worth a shot because I prefer to use FO Rig to link between all my other programs.
So just oh, gosh, this is insane. So there's nothing on the waterfall. It's decoding some things, but there's nothing on the waterfall. I'm getting my other radio. This is crazy.
It's the stupid audio settings. It moved back to not showing or not found or whatever. You got to change it again.
It didn't. I just checked it. I just checked it.
Oh, really?
Your audio
it's found.
settings are set to the second USB
found.
audio codec?
It's found. No, it's not wrong audio device. Hold on.
I bet you it is. Every time I open WSJTX on my Mac,
look.
Ever since I installed WSJTX Improve,
there you go.
USB audio device
finds the right USB audio codec.
Okay, look, it is going, but look at the waterfall.
Do it again.
Look at the waterfall. There's nothing there. There's nothing there.
I see a really faint one. Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna go get another radio. I'll be right back.
Josh doesn't even know what he's doing.
What about the gain on the device manager itself? Is that set correctly?
FTX is ruining ham radio.
390,000 subscribers, and he can't even get WSJTX to work.
Once he gets 391, he will.
Call this guy a friend, too. That's scary.
Yeah, I see a very faint
he could be cool and just make beeps come out of a radio like me.
That's not. I mean, can we comment on how he has the waterfall above the?
Okay.
I mean, the layout of how he has it is terrible.
Yeah, that water's going to go right into the program and ruin it all.
Yeah, I know on the radio you can't run the 3D waterfall in WSJTX at the same time.
Mine's the same, Mike.
What? You can't?
Wait, is that a thing?
Is that
really a thing, Don?
No, of course not.
Okay. It's a Yaesu. Anything's
Don,
possible.
Jeez, Don, you're going to freak me out, man.
That would legit be something Yaesu would do.
I'll be honest, looking at his waterfall and the fact that he's only decoding a few here and there, it almost looks like he has to increase the gain in the device manager.
Okay, we'll do nothing. We're just gonna change radio. I'm not even gonna stop WCTX. I'm just gonna swap radios.
Hey Josh, have you checked the audio settings in Windows to make sure it's not trying to set some kind of level?
It's not that.
Oh yeah, it's the radio. This is a nice setup.
I'm telling you, it's not that. it's funky drivers and cat control as always.
You know, I'll admit every once in a while I'll get a new radio or I'll get a radio that I haven't used on a certain computer for a while, and it feels like this exact same way. Like just everything you try won't work. everything they say online won't work.
Yeah,
They
you need
really
that.
got.
You need the
They gotta
short USB
streamline this
cable.
stuff.
This feels like Josh teaching me how to use JSA call right now. This is great. I love this.
Yeah, the other cable's too long. It has to be a 4-inch or smaller USB-C cable to work.
That's right.
Well, I have so much respect for Josh, like as a fan, but also as like a friend. So when I say that it makes me feel good that Josh is failing at something, I don't feel as dumb.
I'm not failing. The radio is failing.
Normal.
The radio is failing.
Josh, however you want to say it to yourself,
I'm not failing.
the
This
thing
isn't
is
my
not
problem.
working.
It's not
the
my
thing
fault.
is not working.
Which computer is this? Is it a Jankopotamus or?
No, this is the what is this? The Chewy?
Lab 5.
Okay.
The radio is or no,
Well,
the computer's
it's the one.
Chewy.
It's the one that runs WSJTX with every other radio he probably has just fine. I think is the point, right?
Yeah. You see where I'm going here. Is this a?
Hey guys, I came in later. We talking about the Yaesu G106?
Yeah, sure, Mike.
Okay.
I mean, if we're going to switch radios, why are we not going to the Flex?
No, we're talking about Yaesu's new radio. Yaesu's new radio coming out next year, the FTX 1A.
That's what I mean. There are people on Facebook that are saying, "I'm not buying this radio until the FTX 1A comes out."
Well, they've done it with the 500, the 991. How many others? They don't fix a radio; they just come out with another one.
I don't know the 890. I don't remember an 891A, but
well, I have two 891s. Those work great.
I'm gonna rock 50 watts
exactly.
right now.
But there's no
All
A
right.
version.
I'm not gonna lie. After owning the FTX 1F for however long it's been since Hamvention, I do feel that Yaesu Zygoed us with this radio. 100%.
Oh damn!
It definitely feels the same way. Yeah.
There's Zygoe vibes coming out. Like dude, they wanted to get this radio out. How long have we been talking about this radio? Since what, December of last year or something?
Do they have
October of last year?
Well, August.
They have a digital modes document like
it was August.
710.
August was Tokyo Ham Fair.
Yaesu is the new Zygoe of Japan with this radio.
Forgive my ignorance, but I don't know what Zygoed mean. Does that mean rush to market?
Zygoe is a Chinese radio manufacturer that makes the G90, which is a very highly regarded QRP radio for the price. It's like $400. But everything they've done post G90, and they came out with that radio like 6 or 7 years ago, they overpromise and underdeliver consistently. And that is what Yaesu is doing. Like, you know, we talk about Yaesu. We look at Yaesu as a good, high-quality Japanese ham radio manufacturer. But they've also put out an incredible amount of radios over the last, let's say, 4 years. Just pumping them out. So, and the market share isn't that big either. You know, like cell phones, Apple puts out an iPhone, they sell billions of units. Samsung puts out a whatever Android phone, they sell billions of units, whatever. Ham radio manufacturers come out, they might sell tens of thousands of units. Very, very low turnover. But they still got to make a profit. So I think Yaesu was really, and I'm speculating, I'm not trying to dog on Yaesu. I own more Yaesu radios than I do ICOM, all that jazz. I do prefer ICOM, but like Yaesu...
This is all pushing me more to my ICOMs.
I feel they had the best intentions with this, but I also feel they really, really pushed to release this by Hamvention, and it's not ready. It's not ready for prime time.
Yeah, I agree, Mike. I think that they had an artificial deadline of Hamvention, and I think that's what kind of did them in. Had they held this back until it was fully baked, I think it'd be a different story.
Well,
I don't have an issue with it.
Go ahead.
I was going to say I expected to have to kind of be a beta tester on this thing, but I own like 50 million radios, so it doesn't really matter. If this is your only radio, you're in trouble. If you've got 30 radios like we do, it's not a big deal, right? It's a toy right now. But
was that you, Evan, or was it Forrest that just put out a video today, like the good, bad, and ugly of this radio?
That was me. I did the bad and the ugly first. Yeah, that was me. Yep.
Yeah, I'm surprised you can charge the battery off of your USB-Cs, because when I plug it in, I cannot charge the battery off of USB-C with any of my battery boxes. And all of my USB outlets on my battery boxes are USB-C PD. I can charge my MacBook Air. I can charge my MacBook Pro, 30 watts-ish. And at like 20, I think it's like 21 volts, will not charge the FTX 1F battery. Even though...
Yeah, that's weird. So
the FTX 1F battery only takes 12 watts max that I've ever seen. From dead to full, about the middle of the charge cycle, you'll see 12.2 watts. Like, it's
that's what I've seen too.
Yeah. Yep. Okay.
So I charged mine. In fact, I've got a short on my channel charging the FTX 1 battery from the USB port using a 30 watt PD charging brick that came with one of my old phones. So it's slow, but it charges. Correct. Now it does charge. It'll charge from the 12 volt port as well. So if you plug something in with the 12 volt port, it'll plug there too.
Try
Josh, make sure you change your
taking a
grid.
USB outlet.
Oh, good call.
And plugging it into a lithium iron phosphate battery. It will not charge.
Yeah, see, that I haven't. That I have not tried. I've done Walmart and I've done charging through the radio.
Yeah, it will not charge with a PD outlet that's connected to a lithium iron phosphate battery.
This is just speculation here, but the USB PD spec has like 8 or 9 different voltage levels that it supports.
Volts, 2 amps, 45 watts.
Yeah, there have been some PD outlets that just don't support certain voltage levels for whatever reason. Like they just decided they were uncommon and didn't want to implement them.
And that's why Yaesu chose it. Because apparently 15 volts, 2 amps, 45 watts. That's the Yaesu spec to charge the battery with USB-C.
Hey, look, it works.
I see FT8 working in the background there.
Yeah. I mean, what do we expect? The radio that I've been living with the last week is going to work. So there you go. We're gonna make some FT8 content.
Oh yeah, you're on a different radio. That's why it works.
Yeah.
On that prior topic, real quick, doesn't the device itself need to implement the PD spec correctly? Is it possible maybe Yaesu didn't implement the spec correctly?
100%.
Radio side?
100%.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Did you see my video on how hot I got the radio when I did digital mode a couple days ago?
Yeah, it's not expecting anybody to do that. You surprised it.
I did.
Yeah,
I got it over 110 degrees.
Yeah, I'd expect it to get pretty hot. If you've ran like the X6100 on digital at all, about that kind of temperature.
I grabbed the fan today from someone who got the fan already somehow, and so I'll test that. I'll test it, see how much it keeps it cool.
That fan showed up at HRO before I left for Hawaii.
Yeah, they don't have any, and DX Engineering can't ship them till August. So I'm like, well, would they ship 5 fans out there?
DX Engineering ordered after, I think, everybody else.
Oh, did they order?
They were delayed a little bit. That's my understanding.
Yeah. I'll wait until R&L has them and get them tax-free.
I'll test it tomorrow.
Oh, look at that. We already got a contact going. So there you go.
So you want the 705? Doesn't the 705 do 10-watt digital like all day and nothing happens?
My 705 barely even gets warm.
I don't notice any warmth on it, really.
In the 105 degree Texas sunny heat, doesn't care.
I've never
hey, Forrest,
taxed
what's
it.
going on, buddy?
My iPad, on the other hand, just collapses. But
what's up, Forrest?
The FTX gets hot just sitting there. I put it on. I had my laser thermometer, and I think towards the back. it was like 107 degrees or something, just on receive inside my house.
It gets hot. It gets hot. Man, this is what am I transmitting? Yep.
So, Mike, if they say we can't fix it and we'll give you the option to get it something else or give your money back, what are you going to do?
Well, so
just buy ICOM from now on.
I'm not really concerned about that right now. Like, I'm genuinely just happy to send them my radio so they can see what's going on and fix it. Like, so when I emailed, so I've been emailing and texting back between John, and he's been very receptive. He's been very helpful. They've actually offered twice to send the radio back. I'm like, well, hang on, let me just try another SD card, because they can be, SD cards can get fragmented. How a brand new one, it has never been put in any device other than the device you formatted it on, but whatever. I'm like, well, whatever. We are beta testers, and as I think it was Evan K2EJT's video today, he said about 100 times, if you buy this radio, you are a beta tester. And I don't reciprocate that sentiment when I bought the radio, but now I sure do. That's why I feel we're getting Zygood by Yaesu. We are the beta testers.
Josh, that's me. Thanks for the contact, man.
Yeah, no problem.
Well, MFJ isn't around anymore, so somebody needs to propagate the idea of your customers or your beta testers or your QA.
So where are they having you send the radio? Is it to Japan or
No, it's somewhere in
Cyprus,
California.
Cerritos?
Cyprus, California.
Cerritos?
No,
It's,
Cyprus.
Hang on, I got it right here.
It's Cyprus.
Is it like a
No,
a warehouse, a Yaesu?
It's in the U.S.
So
headquarters or something?
the Yaesu headquarters is in Cyprus, California.
Didn't they used to be in Cerritos where you are,
Nope.
Josh?
Cyprus. They've always been in Cyprus.
Oh, okay. I thought they were there.
No, I mean, if that was the case, I'd just walk over.
Yeah, because I had an FT. I remember I bought an FT100 when it first came out ages ago, and I had to send it back for a finals to be replaced like within the first week or something like that. So I thought I sent it there, but I might be wrong.
They're not the ones that are designing the radio, though, right? It's Japan that does the designing.
Yeah, mother company is Japan, and they're doing the engineering and design work of the radio.
Did the radio release in Japan at the same time, or did it come out earlier?
So actually, I did give Yaesu credit on this. What they did with their drop for this radio is that it was a worldwide release, and so that when they said it's available, it was available in all markets. That was their goal, and so they did accomplish that. The radio has its own problems, but yeah.
One negative is you can't work all the bugs out outside the U.S. market before you release it in the U.S. market that way, unfortunately.
I wonder if they do it like Kenwood, because I know Kenwood has like a bunch of, they don't really work for Kenwood, but they're kind of like ham ambassadors for Kenwood, and they get the
these are
beta test
employees.
stuff.
So if you go to a booth at Yaesu at one of the shows, those are employees of Yaesu.
I'm talking like with the D75, how they kind of gave it to a few hams early to kind of test stuff out. Like, did they do that at all with the FTX, as far as we're aware?
I'm not aware of that.
If they did, it would probably
just want to confirm the shipping label was to Cyprus, California.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Well, now I'm doing FT8 things.
What contest is on in Hawaii?
There's a digital ARRL digital contest is this weekend.
Then it's only the guy in Hawaii that's doing it. Weird.
Is it Eric?
I think he's just not on the other frequencies. If you go to like 14080, I bet you there's a lot more people calling contest.
Yeah, there's a ton of people.
Well, there's also the Kentucky QSO party as well.
That's what it is.
But I don't think they're. I didn't think they were FT8. Are they FT8 in the Kentucky QSO party?
I think they're all modes, aren't they?
It's rare to be FT8 in a QSO party. Usually, only Delaware is the only one I know of that does that. But there might be Kentucky might. I don't know.
It's RIDI only, no other digital modes.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Gotcha.
All right. Well, we've been going. Wow, we've been going for a while. So let's go say hi to some YouTubers. I do have a great list that was populated by Frank, and we're just gonna go straight down the list. If those folks are not here, that's okay, and I apologize. That they had to bail out. We didn't get to yours earlier, but Bill, Ham Radio Tectonics, you are first. Are you here in the house? Bill?
What an asshole.
Next is the Broke Ham. Andrew, how you doing?
I'm doing just fine.
And so the question of the day is, do you have an FTX One, and how are you dealing with that?
I'm so glad that I don't. I really thought about getting it at Hamvention, and I was like, I'm so glad that I didn't.
Apparently you dodged multiple bullets, because one, people would have been pissed that you just were able to buy the damn thing, and then two, you would have then had the radio to deal with.
Right. Yeah, no, I was really excited for it, and then I didn't plan on getting it, and I saw it, and I was like, you know what, maybe I shouldn't. So I'm glad I didn't.
Okay, well, what's going on with your channel, man? What's going on?
Well, let's see. I just ripped open a LiFePo 4 battery to replace the internal BMS. That was terrifying and cool.
Okay.
I haven't posted that yet. I'm still getting that all put back together. And then I just recently joined, topical for tonight, I joined the Long Island CW Club.
Hey, what's
there.
up, buddy?
Yeah.
Right on, right on. Yay!
Yeah, I was super intimidated to do it, but I'm really enjoying it. So
good for you.
If you're on the fence about it, just do it. $30 for a year, $100 for a lifetime.
Yeah, it's not bad.
So,
not bad.
It's not bad at all. So yeah, having fun with that. Just trying to find new and inventive ways for people to save money. So in this hobby.
How's that going?
I'm spending a lot of money to find out how to save money.
Okay. Yeah, that sounds about right. Very good. Well, thanks for joining us. I appreciate that. All right.
Thanks a lot.
Next is Chris with Technology. How's it going, man? Chris, are you there? Oh, nope, not there. Okay, Don, N5SKT. How you doing, bud?
I'm doing all right.
What's going on in Zero Noise Floor Town?
I got one of those devices from John Gendron, and I'm in the process of building it. I actually did an unboxing video on the device. What it is, it's a Krishman method vertical array switcher that he's designed, and I bought the 20 meter kit, and I'm going to play around with 20 meters. I think eventually I'm going to go 40 meters because I mean, it's pretty hard to put up a 40 meter array on any type of a tower even. So but anyway, it's a fun kit to build. I went ahead and got the kit option, and I'm loving it, building it. And when I get it built and everything, I'll do another video on it. So I've done that. I did take your advice that you gave me a few weeks ago, and I played around with a live stream for a few minutes anyway, and it was fun. I did it on the Mac, by the way.
Good for you.
Running on FT8. Well, I mean, I'm clumsy with a Mac, and that was pretty obvious in the live stream. But anyway, it's all a learning experience. So, I mean, that's kind of what I'm doing. I'm actually going to run field day this year. So I opened my mouth at on one of the nets and said, "Oh, I'll help with field day. I love field day." They said, "Hey, we need somebody to run it. You're the guy."
So you're running the whole thing.
And I'm running the whole thing
Oh,
for the
wow.
club. Yes.
Okay.
So, and that meeting's coming up next week, and I've been given all this list of things that I'm supposed to ask for and everything. So there's a lot of great guys in the club that are helping me, figured out, and everybody's real enthusiastic about going to field day and how great and fun it's going to be. So I feel privileged to be in that position. So
Okay, right
but
on.
that's what's up with me.
Very good. All right. Well, thanks for hanging out with us. Next is Evan. Hey, Evan. Yeah, thanks for joining us today. How you been, man? And what's going on with you and your channel?
Yeah, it's good to be here. Yeah, so I have found that if you put FTX1 anything in your video title, it gets 1 million views.
Yeah.
So I put out quite a few videos on the radio. I'm going to be honest. I've had.
Oh, we lost you. PTT button.
There we go. I'm back. It's actually I've had pretty good luck with the radio. It's pretty good for CW, and that's primarily how I operate. So I don't have a lot of complaints. Yeah, so I'm hoping I can get it out do my first activation with it tomorrow if the weather cooperates. Other than that, I'm going to be a volunteer fire tower steward at a fire tower here in the Catskills. And while it's not a soda summit, it is in Catskill Park. So I'm going to be spending a lot of time up there. So I'll be doing a lot of POTA from up there. But yeah, aside from that, not a whole heck of a lot going on. And for those of you who have recently joined LACW, we're glad to have you. And I hope to see you in class someday.
Excellent. Yeah, very good. Yeah, I'm a big fan, big supporter of the efforts that you guys all do. Good stuff. So very good. Thanks for joining us. Appreciate it. Next is Ed, Ham Radio John. How's it going, John? Where's our John? Are you there? He's not there. So that means it's time for Jonathan, KM4CFT. How you doing, man?
Doing pretty good. I didn't even realize that I got to be part of the YouTube group, I guess.
If you make YouTube videos, you qualify. And
Yep.
you also make radios, which goes above and beyond a lot of the other folks. So yeah, what have you been up to, man? How's it going?
Honestly, playing with the FTX1. I blame Evan for my bad decision to buy one.
So I saw in a chat that says I blame Evan, Ara, and Joshua for my bad. And I think Joshua's like. They might have meant Tufton Joshua. They might have meant Jonathan. I think they might have meant Jonathan, but I don't know.
Yeah, that was me.
Yeah.
I basically there was a bunch. The people at Hamvention kind of were making me think that this is a bad move. So I canceled my order for the Optima, especially because it wasn't designed for a mobile use, which is what I was planning on using it for. And then it turns out that they were a bit estimating it. They were saying it was going to draw 900 milliamps. So I was telling Evan about that, and Evan was doing some tests for me, and we weren't able to get even remotely close to 900 milliamps. So that was hogwash, and I decided, okay, well, I live 20 minutes from an HRO. Well, I guess they're getting $1,500. And yeah, so I actually took my FTX1 to the park, struggled to get 10 contacts. I keep on forgetting that Super DX is a thing, and I should probably enable that. Thanks, Kate and Morty, for letting me know.
Yeah, right on. You got to activate that Super DX.
Yeah, I'll have to try it out. I don't even know what that thing really does, but I need to test that out.
It feels like it's a combination of a preamp and a filter. I know that Mike says it's not a filter, but it feels like a filter.
I don't know what it is. It just makes things louder and clearer.
It's a loudener. It has a loudener feature. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I seriously need to make a video of the FTX1 at a park. I just haven't had a chance, and it keeps on raining over here, so I never have a chance to go out and use it.
Oh, where are you? What part of the country are you at?
I live near Denver, Colorado.
Oh, okay. All right. Say no more. Well, right on, man. I appreciate you, and thanks for hanging out.
Yep, thanks for having me on.
All right. And next is the one and only Ham Radio Tube. How are you doing, man?
I am fantastic, but I need to say, Jonathan, KM4CFT, I'm glad you're here.
Yes.
Jonathan, you approached me in the morning at Hamvention.
What a horrible decision. What a horrible decision.
It was morning. I am not a morning person, and Jonathan, I have felt so bad ever since Hamvention about the way our interaction went, I feel like I was a dick to you or just short with you.
Yeah, I don't blame you.
So sorry.
It's
I feel
okay.
so bad. You know how much I love your antenna.
Yeah,
and I don't have, like, I'm so sorry. I felt like a dick. I treated you like a dick. I talked to you like a dick. I'm so sorry.
I didn't think you were, honestly.
Oh my God.
I assumed that you were also kind of a bit annoyed by because everyone was really I've never seen people be that angry about a video, and actually
that was the next morning too. So I had been reading comments.
We call that hungover.
Dude.
We call that hungover.
No, I wasn't hungover.
Oh.
I wasn't drinking.
Oh, okay.
I was just I'm a dick. It was the morning, and he started asking me questions, and I'm like, no, it's not a mobile radio, dude. I am so sorry.
Yeah, I actually brought that to. I actually mentioned this at HRO when I was buying it, and the people at HRO, like at the Denver HRO, were just as ticked off as the people in the comments of your video. They thought that was not a cool move. Whether it's allowed or not is a difference from whether it's morally right.
Yeah, and I knew you weren't coming at me. I knew you weren't coming at me, and I said that. We talked about it. But
I was like, everyone's as angry at HRO, not you.
It was early, man.
Oh no, they were mad at Mike too. They were mad at Mike too.
Yeah, of course they're mad at me. Oh,
I just happened to see you.
Walk up there and buy a radio.
They were saying,
like,
Mike,
dude, I'm just a guy.
Mike, they were saying Mike got a free radio.
No.
We were all joking, like, hey, Mike,
how's
your new free Yacy radio that you got for
Josh,
free?
I know. I don't want to dilute Jonathan. I owe you the biggest apology for the way I treated you. And I am so sorry. I hope we can continue to be friends.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm totally cool with that. I totally get what was going on with that, and I didn't. No offense was taken, so don't worry about it.
Thank you. I feel like such an asshole the way I treated you.
By the way,
it is completely undeserved, and you are a better person than that. I am not the better person then, and that is my problem, and I understand that, and I recognize it, and I try and work on it.
Yeah, it's totally fine. I get what was going on, and that it totally makes sense. Don't worry about it.
Thank you.
All right. Well, Mike, what the heck else is going on with your channel, man? You got a lot of stuff going on. You're out there. You're doing all the things.
I don't actually. I just posted to my patrons and my channel members today. Sometimes I have trouble walking.
Oh, you got the gout? Is the gout back?
No, it's not gout.
Oh,
my Achilles tendonitis decided to come back.
Jesus,
like man. Thursday, like mid-afternoon. So my left foot, can't move it. I mean, I can move it, but I can't walk. Like, I can hobble. That's it. So I can't. I can't make videos.
Did you hurt yourself? Was it an injury?
No. Yeah, I hurt myself. I grew older.
Yeah.
By a day.
No, I hear that.
I sat down wrong.
Yeah. I sneezed wrong.
Like, it's just so. But I was like probably 38. So 7 years ago, and I woke up one day and I got out of bed to go to work, and the second I put my foot to the ground, my whole leg was just like, nope.
Oh, it just
so
gave
I went
out?
to the doctor. Well, just in excruciating pain.
Oh,
so
man.
right at my ankle, right where your foot, like the base of your ankle.
Yeah, on the backside.
So I have Achilles tendonitis. Yeah.
Wow.
So I went to the doctor when I had health insurance years ago, and he's like, yeah, they took x-rays and all that crap. Achilles tendonitis. He's like, here, have some Vicodin. I'm like, I don't want those.
You got ghosts
He's
in
like,
your
well,
leg.
then do some stretches. I don't like taking drugs. I mean, I like taking drugs, but not those kind of drugs. But they don't do anything. Vicodin doesn't do anything for me.
Right.
So, So like I'm always 100% of the time, if you see me, I'm in pain, but I can usually deal with it. Like, I have flat feet. My feet always hurt, blah, blah, blah. But this is like, I mean, if I were to go to the bathroom right now, to the 20 feet it takes to go to the bathroom, it'd probably take me about 30 seconds to limp over there. And I'm probably going to have to struggle with this for, I don't know, probably the next week. So I don't have any videos that I'm going to put out for the next week. This is the short story of this, I guess. But other than that, life is good. I'm going up north end of the month, finally, to see my family after 4.5 years of living in Texas. Finally going home. So I'm looking forward to that.
Good for you.
I'm looking forward to getting my FTX1F back from Yaesu. But I really am enjoying using that radio, though. Like, it's got problems, but the receive sensitivity, that Super DX, I don't know what the hell is going on inside that thing, but when you put Super DX on, I mean, everyone's a 5.9.
It's kind of a different radio
on the meter.
Turn that on.
So,
yeah, on the meter.
By the way, Josh, I noticed when you were transmitting today, you got to go into the settings, and I forget which one it is because I don't have the radio in front of me, but there's a setting for the needle. Right now, yours is on average.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, when you were keying up on CW, it would only peak at like 2 watts.
Oh,
because it's trying to average it. You got to turn it to peak.
Oh, okay.
And then even on sideband, at the peaks of your voice, it'll actually show the power you're putting out.
Okay.
So there was that, and then there's also averaging on the scope like ICOMs have.
Mm-hmm.
It's under, I think, display settings maybe, and you can turn averaging on. You have like 0, 4, and 8, I think, are the options.
Okay.
Just arbitrary Yaesu numbers, but that's what you get. And it just smooths out the scope visually. I mean, it doesn't do anything to receive better. It just makes the scope better.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Gotcha. Smoother. You understand? Yeah. It's just a visual thing. We can talk about changing the colors of your waterfall later, though.
Oh, I know which colors I use. It's the Nostromo.
Well,
I want the black and white. I only want the alien radar. That's all I want. I don't care about anything else.
No. Yours is just, it's black and white. I noticed your call sign, though, or excuse me, not your call sign, but the VFO, the frequency. Mm-hmm. When
Orange.
I was looking through the menus, you have 3 options. I'm like, well, I know which one Josh is going to use.
It's orange. And it was orange.
Sure is, sure as rain. There it is.
Yeah, and also that's Yaesu's color. Orange is the Yaesu color. I mean, that's their color.
Yeah, I thought their color was blue.
No.
Oh, yeah, okay. I'm looking at my Yaesu, the radio.
It's orange.
The stripe, it is orange.
Everything's orange on
Interesting.
Yaesu. Yeah, that's their color.
Did you change? They don't make the VFO light orange, though. I changed mine to green. I don't like blue.
Oh, I don't care. Most of that stuff I don't care about.
I'd say I'm in design. Or I was.
Yeah.
So I care about that kind of crap. Anyway, who cares?
I mean,
turn on that averaging, though. It just makes the scope look better.
I can see that, particularly for CW. That's got to be way important. You want to see those peaks. You don't care about
turn it on. If you don't have your radio set like I do.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah.
I know the general vicinity of where you live, and I'll just come there and change it for you.
I did go through the process of doing the audio change, like with the
how did that go?
Equalizer. It actually is an improvement. It's a good. It's Bob Heil settings, like Bob Heil configuration. They're like, do the Bob Heil settings on the Yaesu. It's going to sound great, and it did. It improved it with the stock mic. It was really good, really solid.
Were you just using headphones to hear how you sounded, or how?
No, I was using a remote SDR, and we were doing a comparison between the two, and it does sound better.
Okay.
Yeah.
I haven't done that, but I did with just the mic gain and the compression, which they call processor in the menu, but on the meter they call it compression. I did that just listening to some headphones, and I made some slight tweaks, and it seemed to make a difference.
Yeah,
a little bit.
I will say that Yaesu is the brand where they'll come up with names for stuff that's like names. They're different names for the things we know. And I don't know why they do that. Like they come up with their own names for things. It's like why are we changing names? It's kind of frustrating.
On the main screen where you have like attenuator, IPO, I think it's DNR, and then whatever the last one is. That DNR, that's auto notch.
Oh, is that what it is?
Yeah, but they call it digital noise reduction.
I mean,
It's
that's not.
DNF.
That's no. In the manual,
Oh,
it says specifically this is an auto notch function. So if you hit, and I use auto notch all the time, and on this it works quite well. That DNR has nothing to do with like noise reduction. That is your auto notch.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So just that's
That
all I have to say about that.
That sounds like a mistake in the manual because
the manual has mistakes.
On my
no,
101, I have a DNF button and I have a DNR button, and the DNR button has different levels.
Don, you're
and that
not.
changes
This is
the
Yaesu. You're not talking about the same radio, buddy. It doesn't matter.
I have 4
Josh,
of them.
is that
They're
what
all
it
the
says?
same.
Turn on.
It may say it in the manual. I know the algorithms. When you change that number, it's changing the algorithm in the noise reduction algorithm.
Okay.
DNF doesn't need that.
That's not what happens on. I'm not talking DNF. I'm talking DNR. I
know DNF, digital noise filter, doesn't require the numbers. The DNR does because it's changing the noise reduction algorithm.
Said anything about numbers or noise reduction?
All right.
Where are we even going with this?
Yeah, we get. Hold on.
When you hit the DNR, you can change the number. You can turn the function knob, and it'll change the algorithm, the number.
Nobody's talking about noise reduction.
DNR, right?
Nobody's talking about noise reduction. Don. Listen.
And you said DNR, the DNR button.
You're not listening, Don. You can't listen when you're talking, Don.
Okay.
On the main screen of the Yaesu FTX. And again, I'm not looking at it because I'm sending it to California. It's in a box somewhere.
Yeah.
The Yaesu. But on that line, directly underneath the S meter, where it says ATT, IPO, or maybe pre if you have the preamp on, and then I believe it's DNR is the next one over. If we're reading left to right, that's not noise reduction.
It's DNF.
That is your auto notch.
Yeah.
But Yaesu decided to call it DNR. So you would think, hey, digital noise reduction, great. But that's not what it is. It's a notch filter, and it's an auto notch filter, and it works quite well. That's all I'm trying to say. All right, Josh, you can have your stream back.
Yeah, well, okay. Well, thanks, Mike, for joining us. I appreciate that. And fun as always. Fun as always. All right, next is Adam, K6ARK. Is he still around? Are you hanging out, man? What's going on?
Yeah, follow that one, Adam.
I think he bailed. He might have just bailed out.
I'm sorry.
He's like, I don't. I
I've
will
had
say,
to follow him for so many years.
I will say that Adam is not a big fan of digital modes and all that stuff. And so when we started diving in on FT8 and all that, he was probably like, "Yeah, this is not really my jam. Not a big fan." But we did get a good. What's
do you
that?
know what I helped Adam with today?
What's that?
Digital digital modes on the Hermes.
Oh, he got a Hermes?
Apparently so. Yeah, he was asking me how to set up Thetis for for FT8.
Oh, that's awesome.
Because he wants to switch back and forth without going through and resetting the settings all the time. And I showed him where the profiles were. But anyway, not a big deal. But yeah, he's doing some FT8 somewhere.
Okay, cool. Appreciate that. All right, the next is Matt KA2AUB's World. How's it going? Are you there, Matt? I think everybody bailed out. They're like, "Oh God, he's deep in the rabbit hole of WSJTX."
Yeah.
So we might have lost everybody. I think that's it. I think that's it.
Paul's still here.
Paul here? What?
Prep him, Paul. Yeah.
Yeah, I was about to step away though.
Yeah, go for it, man. What's going on?
Okay, yeah. Usually I don't make it this far anyway, but it's always a lively conversation. Nothing exciting. I do the Sunday night live stream, 8:30 Central. That's about it. I did make a video on how to do the settings for digital mode on FTX. If you guys haven't seen that,
Does it work?
and it's helped about 45% of the people that have watched it.
I gotta say, none of the settings have worked for me.
I know it sucks. But yeah, nothing really exciting coming up. I am getting the bandpass filters. I think they're the same ones Mike had at Winter Field Day.
Okay.
This is the cheaper ones from China.
Okay.
And I'm gonna put them in a box, a small little one of those, not Pelican price, the cheaper one. I forget the name. Apache.
Oh yeah.
And then instead of having the filters all over the place, they'll be in one box where you can just plug in, and then at some point I'll get a quadplexer and you can use one antenna with 4 bands.
There you go.
That's what our club uses for field day, but that's going to be a couple weeks, so nothing too exciting on my channel.
Yeah, right on. All right, well, I think we got to the end of it, and I want to show people something else. Oh, somebody's going to say something. Go ahead.
Oh, it's just me.
Hey, Gray Man's here. What's up, man? Go ahead. Talk to us. What's going on?
Oh, no, I finally, after about 15 hours of flight from Indiana to California, I am here, and I am in the Gaslamp district of San Diego. There we go.
Oh wow, you're kind of in my backyard. You would have had a blast at all the BS that I was dealing with on tonight's after chat on getting the FTX1 running on digital modes.
I heard Prepan Paul had a video on that, but I'm not sure how that's
he did.
panning out.
He did, and it let's just say the settings do not work with all radios and all computers, and that's kind of where we're at right now. But I will say that there were folks that said in the chat, myself included, I wish Gray Man was here to say his coveted catchphrase, because that came up.
I got a T-shirt or something that says exactly that.
Mm-hmm. So, are you going to be running some ham radio out in the San Diego area?
I am. I got a coworker that's here with me at another hotel, but we're gonna probably meet up about 6 a.m. local time and head out and go find something to do.
Nice, very cool. Well, good.
Yeah, so I've got the not the FTX one, but I have the IC 705 with me, so 10 watts. We'll be good to go.
Yeah, you'll be good with that. Definitely stateside.
Hey, Josh, you can appreciate this. The hotel that I'm in has a sliding glass door. I'm up on like the 3rd or 4th floor, and it's got a sliding glass door. And I'm gonna stick my POTA 20 mast right out the side with the 20 meter antenna.
With the wires hanging off of that thing. Yep, that's exactly what you do. That's it.
I feel like I've seen you do that in a video.
I definitely have on multiple videos and live streams. You just let that thing fly around, flop around in the wind. Don't matter. Just go for it. What I've done is I'll take a water bottle and I'll drink like 2/3 off of it, and then I'll just tie that to the end and hang it off of like an S-beaner and let that be the little counterweight on the end of the pole. I've done that too. I've definitely done that.
There you go.
I love it. Cool, man. Well, thanks for joining us. I appreciate it.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, all right. So let me go back over here. So QRP station, no problem. This is what we ran at we're seems to be topping out on 20 meters. I think it's getting pretty quiet out there, but made a considerable amount of contacts, probably more than I made in that same time period on the islands. Somebody asked me a question though. Where is that question? Something about the KH1. Ah, yes. Do I still use the KH1? Yeah, the KH1 travels with me all the time. And so what I use it for most often is chasing my friends that are doing summits on the air or parks on the air, on CW, obviously. That is its primary function, because it's kind of a tactical radio. It's not a strategic radio, if that makes sense. So I'm deploying it for like quick little operations when I have a moment. If there's anybody that's operating, I'll try and just slam out a contact and then just be on the way kind of thing. That's its primary role. It's a backpack radio. I call it the dad radio. The dad radio is always with me, and the dad radio is always charged and ready to go at any moment. That's kind of how I look at the KH1. So, yeah. That's pretty much all I got. Anybody else have some go-backs, questions, whatever? Actually, we'll open it up on YouTube, too. If you type in question or at Ham Radio Crash Course with your question, we'll try and wrap those up, too, because I'm about out of gas for about 10 p.m. here. So, oh, why not the KX3? Because the KH1 is all an inclusive thing. You just hold it. It's got the antenna on it. Boom, boom, boom. You throw the radial out. That's all you have to do. It's very simple. KX1 or KX3 is a bigger radio, much bigger, and you have to have a separate antenna and all that stuff. Uh-oh. Well, my My battery is about to die. We're done with FTA Day.
Well, hey Josh, before it dies, this is Mark. I just wanted to pop in and say hi.
Yeah. Soda Plus is here too. So yeah, go check out Soda Plus. What's going on, man? Sorry, I didn't see you in there. I've mainly been looking at live stream chats and links and stuff. So yeah,
Well, I was late because I was cooking fresh pasta for N6 ARA.
Oh, is he there with you right now?
He just headed home, and we filmed our first episode of a 1-hour podcast we're starting.
Oh, excellent! Very cool.
So we will see if this episode ever. It honestly, we had a lot of fun. We went through about 64 ounces of beer. We had 2 cats, and we talked about Ara getting his Soda Mountain Goat.
Yeah.
And the upcoming field day plans for W6TRW.
Is there a way to get alerts to your podcast when they're specifically only talking about the cats?
I should probably have something like that for members only, but I don't know how that works.
Well, all right. I mean, I'm kind of a cat guy, so.
Well, I'll tell you what, if you want to talk to somebody with a cat, tomorrow is the last day of the Queens of the Mountain event, and I will be on a mountain with no fewer than 3 YL hams. We will have 100 watts. We'll have 40 meters, 20 meters, 15 meters, 2 meters, 70 centimeters, and 10 gigahertz. So if you can't get us with that, something's wrong. And we'll have the cat.
There you go.
Would you please just give the cat some chin scratches for me? And then maybe just around the base of the tail, some scratches? The cats love the butt scratch.
Oh, I will absolutely do that. And but not right now. She's about chin deep in kibble.
All right. I love your videos, but I love watching the cat in the backpack and then the cat on the leash walking up the trail. So
yeah, so
chin scratches for me.
I absolutely will do. So anyway, Josh, I know your battery's about to go, but I just wanted to say hi and welcome home.
Oh, thank you very much for the welcome home. Yeah, looking forward to the W6TRW Field Day. I will be deploying my new tent and cot setup. I am officially going old man camping. I have not old man camped ever, and so this will be first old man camp. Should be fun. We'll see how it all goes.
I'm excited to see what you've got, and just to make it better, we do have a taco truck reserved.
Oh wow, excellent. Okay, very good. That's gonna be great. I love to hear it. Very excited. Yeah, we'll talk too, because obviously I'm gonna whatever I need to bring out. Let me know. But I think you guys got everything covered nowadays.
The main thing we need you for is the inverter on your pickup to run the coffee machine.
Oh, that's fine. Yeah, we got no problem with that.
Yeah.
As long as I can, I
covered.
can park the truck by the camp, right? This time.
Oh, in the camp, yeah.
Okay, good. Yeah, then we'll be able to run anything off of that.
Yeah, that's it. All right. Anyway, back to you. Thanks a lot, Josh.
Yeah, appreciate it. Okay, there's a couple of things to go back. So I don't have a lot of contacts, but I seem to get out on PSK Reporter. How do you get people to respond to your CQ? So I'm assuming PSK Reporter, you're talking about FT8. Generally, it probably means improve your antenna situation. Look at all those people that you're getting out to on PSK Reporter and see what their reports are of your signal. If they're like in the 20s, then you probably need to improve your antenna setup. So it's going to depend on what you have. So if you want to reply and just at Ham Radio Crash Course with what antenna you're running, that might be a little bit easier to help you. Let's see. Is the Shegu...
No! Sorry, I was limping back. Check your time in WSJTX.
Oh, yeah, check your time, too. Yeah, check your time. Make sure your time's accurate. That's true. Let's see. Watts and Hertz says, is the Shegu X5105 still relevant in 2025? I mean, old radios are still relevant. They're radios, after all. So I guess it depends on what you mean. I don't know what that means. It's one of the first, like, you got to think that the 5105 came out before the 705, but after the KX2. And so it's got a lot of KX2 vibes with it. And it's also the first showing of the Shegu buttons on the bottom type of thing with their menu system that they use. You can see that in all of their radios. I found that the Shegu 5105 was prone to overheating. It's one of my biggest problems with that radio, particularly when you're on a summit and it's in direct sunlight. It does not enjoy that type of environment. It was not happy being in direct sunlight. So relevant, I guess it depends on what you're trying to do with it. Digital modes are going to be a little bit more difficult, but it'll do it. It'll actually key that amp, I'm pretty sure, too, that Shegu makes. So, okay. Yeah, Daniel, W2DIY. I know Eric in Hawaii is running the ARRL Digital this week. He is live now, I think. Or not live, but he's active right now. He's in the Discord. Eric, are you on voice? Can you hear us? He chatted earlier that he is, I think. And then Greg further commented that he didn't mean the KX3, he meant the KX2 with one of the attached antennas, either the AX1 or the AX2. I have that set up, and yes, I take the KX2 with me backpacking, where I'm going to set up some kind of a wire antenna. But again, when I'm dad portable, I'm bringing kids stuff. I've got a backpack full of a lot of junk. The KH1 packs smaller than the KX2. And if you haven't experienced the KH1, it's faster to just get up and running than the KX2 is, even with the AX1 or the AX2 antenna. I don't know how else to explain that other than it's just faster. It's just easier. And so that's why it travels with me everywhere, pretty much. Let's see. I think we got everything. I do. What? Did they upgrade it? Oh, you're asking that. No, I don't think the KH1 firmware upgrade does FT8. Maybe I'm wrong, but I could be wrong. Somebody correct me in the chat. I do try and upgrade that thing whenever, probably every 6 months or so I upgrade it, if there is an update. So Steve says, "Hi Josh, can you make a few recommendations for references building Unun or Balun?" Yeah, get the ARRL handbook. Oh, Steve.
I actually, I was going to comment. Somebody is actually
bitch.
You can make comments. Go ahead. Yeah, from earlier in the chat. Please go ahead. That's Steve.
Yeah,
Different Steve.
If you don't mind.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Sure. So I heard somebody comment about or ask about references, and I can absolutely, this is a subject very near and dear to me. I can absolutely make a few recommendations. The Bible for both professionally and amateur, one of the finest treatises on the subject is by Jerry Sevick. Boy, I forget his call. W2IMY, I think it was. I'm drawing a blank.
FMI by chance?
FMI, that's it. So there's a number of books that he wrote. The later ones, I want to say it was the 5th edition or like the 2003 or on. They're hard to find, but he had two. One is called Sevick's Transmission. There's the Transmission Line Transformers Theory and Practice. That's it right there.
Yep.
Excellent treatise on the subject. The other one is Building and Using Baluns and Ununs, and those two are kind of Bibles. He goes into extreme detail on topology, like Rothroff's and Guanellas, the differences, core types, the nomenclature, understanding magnetic impedance, the voltage impedance of the parameters in choosing a coil type, a core type, when to use iron, when to use ferrite, the different types, they're all covered in that. There's two other books that I can really recommend. One is, I'm actually looking in my library right now. It's by a fellow by the name of Nathan Sokol. This is more of an engineering handbook, but it's still very well written and the theory is very good. It's called Radio Frequency Transformers. And the other one was an MFJ publication. I've got one here in my bookcase. It was the Ferromagnetic Core Design. Phenomenal book. Not an easy read. but this is more of a handbook than a read book. If you're looking for a particular design or you want to understand how something works, this is the book that you would go to. And it has some really good step-by-step with design equations and some other stuff. But yeah, those are some really good treatises on the subject. It's as much of an art as it is a science. There's so much misinformation out there. I really kind of shy away from. And it's fun. It's a timely topic because I've had about a dozen DMs in the past week about, hey, how do I do this? And I usually refer, because everybody's application is slightly different. I usually point them towards the Civic book or even the chapters in the ARRL handbook, which are very good. And there's some good, some of the larger manufacturers one other one. There's one other one. I'm sorry. Amadon. If you go to Amadon Associates, they're kind of a old school core supplier. They used to have the Amadon handbook, which was written by Civic. So, and that's an excellent book, and it's available by PDF. It's free. If you hunt around on the Amadon Associates site, that is available. So there's some really good stuff in there. There's one other website I can recommend is Tom Roush, W8JI, which is another phenomenal resource. He has several chapters on his website that specifically cover 49 to 1s, 4 to 1s, 6 to 1s, and particularly something which is kind of timely is how to identify poorly made 4 to 1s and 6 to 1s, Guanellas.
Oh,
and
okay.
Yeah, this is actually a very common thing. There are a number of manufacturers, and by the way, in the first version of Jerry Sevic's book. One of the things that they did not make clear is that in a balanced balun, in a Guanella type balun, there are 2 cores. Each core is for each phase or each the balanced part of the secondary side of the balun. A lot of manufacturers just copied the book, and you'll find both sides of the current balun, the transmission lines, are wound on the same core, and that's incorrect. And it actually, if you were to look at the balance of the currents on the output of some of those single core, incorrectly wound Guanella baluns, which are very, very common, you'll find them in some of the most reputable pieces of gear because they just copied that design right out of the textbook. It's wrong, and you'll actually find that they do not perform well. There are a couple of sources for true balanced baluns, and Balun Designs actually has one. But if you go hunt around for that, you'll actually see it. And Tom Roush did a really good video a few years ago on YouTube about identifying those improperly designed Guanella type current baluns and how to identify them. A true balanced Guanella 4 to 1, 6 to 1, 8 to 1 balun, the unbalanced to balanced transformer has 2 cores and they're separately wound secondaries. You can't wind them on the same one because you will end up turning the core. The magnetic field will end up fighting itself where you're trying to put the equal and opposite current phases on the same core, and they'll fight each other, and they won't win well. And if you look at the balance on the output, it's very, very scrambled. So, love the shades. But anyways. I
had to put those on because we're getting so scientific right now.
Sorry about that.
But how are you doing?
I won't go on.
We barely talk, so how are you doing anyway? Like, what's going on? You good?
Yeah, doing well. I have some info for you. It has just been an absolute zoo.
Dude, I need it. I need it. The time is now.
I know you do.
I need to strike while the iron is hot. So yeah,
yes, 100%. 100%. I also placed an order for another radio. I hope to have in the shack. I'll be able to do some comparison, but I've got an Anon G2 on order, and I'm waiting for that to arrive soon.
Wait,
yeah,
Don's ears just perked up wherever he's at.
I'm sure they are. So I am excited and waiting for that. I did not get one with a display. I just got the box. So But yeah, anxiously awaiting that soon.
Cool, right on, buddy.
But anyways, I don't want to hug the subject, but that's a subject very near and dear to me.
Well,
so
no, that's a good ad. Those are good books. Hopefully, whoever asked that question is still listening, or they come back around and they see the end here where they can get that info. So yeah, appreciate that, Steve. Thanks for joining us. All right. This one I don't fully understand the question. So Ham Without a Plan, you might have to come back. But question: does anybody have a recommendation for repairing a fiberglass mast lower sections with fiberglass body fill or something else? My mast got freaky with a low roof line and shaved layers off. Like I'm just gonna throw this out there. It's probably not the right answer, but you could just, like, if you have a hole or a pit, you could just, like, use resin, add some resin, and then sand it down till it's in the right diameter, and then feed that through the pipe. But I don't know.
Is he saying his fiberglass mast is rubbing against the ridge?
It sounds like the lower section of the mast was rubbing against the roof line, and it either drove a hole
so he needs
into
to
it.
Fix the fiberglass.
Yeah,
that's the problem.
Right? Yeah, so that's a good. There's people that are asking, is it a cosmetic problem or is it a structural problem? The problem with fiberglass is you start wrapping fiberglass over the top of a hole you made. You're only creating a larger diameter that you will then have to sand down if you ever want that mast to collapse correctly again. Or maybe you don't. If you don't, then just throw a couple of wraps of fiberglass around it with epoxy and just leave it, and then that section just can't close anymore, right? Like, that's ultimately what you'll have to deal with. And that should add rigidity back if that's the concern. I'm guessing that's the concern, but...
See, I was thinking when I first heard this, I was paying attention to my cat, but I was thinking immediately surfboards.
Right. Yeah.
And what they would use for like a ding-all repair kit kind of thing, you know what I mean? For surfboards.
Mm-hmm.
So if you could fix the fiber, because I think it's just a fiberglass issue. But then you said everything you said, and I was like, well, damn.
Yeah, he says it's not all the way around, but it's visually deep. Yeah, that might be a surfboard repair. That's just epoxy.
Yeah.
Like, that's just an epoxy fix.
It's fiberglass.
Yeah, okay. I guess it depends on how deep it is.
It's fiberglass and epoxy. You need the fiberglass. You can't just use epoxy. You have to have... It's just like if you pour concrete without rebar.
It needs structure.
There's nothing.
Yeah.
You need to put a layer of fiberglass tape around it. So I would say go to a place, if he's in like California or on the coast, go to a place that sells like surfboard repair stuff, and they'll have all that. Yeah, brah.
You got to shove them fibers in the hole. You put the epoxy on and you shove the fibers in there. And then
get some Mr. Zog's sex wax.
You're going to put that sex wax all over it. All right.
Dude, I'm from Florida, man. I used to surf.
You know what surfing is. Yeah, they do. The waves are not very big.
On a good day, we would have like 3-foot waves.
Yeah. Well, I mean, most of our waves are 3-foot waves. It's just, you can go to some areas and get bigger waves. That's kind of
not in Florida.
Yeah, no, I know.
Go by the inlet, and the big waves in Florida. You go by any inlet.
Yeah.
To the outward bound boats, and you find a really big like sport fish that's gearing up, and they're putting on a big wave.
Oh,
that's all you get.
You troll the boats, is what you're saying.
Yeah. The boats have a bigger wave than what the nature will generally make in Florida. Yes.
The way that the waves break in Florida is different. I don't know how to explain this for somebody that doesn't spend a lot of time in the water, but like the waves are different. Like it's not the same in Florida. Like Hawaii. No. Hawaii waves are Pacific waves to me, so it's like, yes, you just get in the water, and I was showing my kids how to actually swim through the waves this weekend. I don't know. I grew up swimming in the ocean and stuff like that, so it's I don't know how to explain it if you haven't done it.
It's a really different world.
Yeah.
Atlantic versus Pacific.
Mm-hmm.
It's so different.
It's totally like Atlantic is generally warmer. Particularly in Florida. California, it can be really cold. It can be really cold, except in the summer, it's great. You generally wear a spring suit, if you get out. So, by the way, most surfers get out really early, and they wear like a spring suit, which is, it's like they're wearing shorts and a short sleeve T-shirt, but it's a wetsuit, just for warmth, because it can be cold in the mornings. And then, like, in the winter, people are still surfing, but they're wearing wetsuits, like full body wetsuits to do it. You know, that's just how it goes. Yeah, I don't know.
And if our waves
we're just in shorts in Florida.
Yeah,
yeah,
because it's warmer.
If our waves in I'm in Tampa Bay. If our waves are in the Gulf here are high, then that means a hurricane's coming. So
I was gonna say anything that's in a
exactly
gulf.
What I'm talking about.
Anything in a gulf is not a wave. It barely crests. Like you're not.
But
doing
I'm talking
anything with that.
Fort Lauderdale, Florida. I mean, Florida just is. You don't get good surf in Florida.
I'm talking on like the Atlantic side.
When we're like
I'm not talking about the
years
Gulf
old,
side.
we're out there trying.
Yeah, I'm not talking about I'm talking about the Atlantic side. I'm not talking about the Gulf side.
Yeah, I'm from the Atlantic side, Fort Lauderdale.
Okay, I'm
Pompano.
sorry. I don't know the area like geographically, but yes, okay. If you want to surf, if you want to learn to surf, you can in Florida. I'm sure you can, but you probably need to go to the Pacific. That's probably
Yes,
just
but
a true statement.
so where you are in California, I was in Florida.
Okay,
right near the beach. Except my sun rises and your sun sets.
Yeah, that's when the waves start getting bigger again.
But that's it, and we don't have big waves anyway.
Yeah, we get some big like beach crashers. That's why skimboarding's popular out here too. If you go to like Laguna Beach,
that's
skimboarding.
all you can do in Florida.
Skimboarding. Do you skimboard out in Florida?
You can't. Well, like I was saying, all we had for waves is like when you're by the inlet and a big boat goes out, you catch that boat.
No. Like the skimboards are like the big, they're short and they're real fat, and they throw them on the ground and they jump on them and they slide out. The skimboards.
Yeah, just right as the wave comes in on the shore and crashes,
and you got that little crest of water.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. That's those are super fun. Skimboards are awesome.
We can do that in Florida because I mean waves still come up. They're just not enough to surf off of. But yeah, you can run and throw that thing in front of you and jump on. Sure.
Yeah. They all switched over to fiberglass and foam, but for when I was a kid, they were like wood. And so you get some kid that didn't know what they were doing, and they torpedo that thing right into your face. Those are not safe, man. Those wood ones are not safe, dude. That was a problem.
I never had that happen, but
that was a problem.
This is we're talking mid '80s here for me.
The wood one catch that wave coming in, and just launch that sucker. It's a ballistic missile coming at you.
Can I ask a ham radio related?
Hold on. Let me answer this question from
All right.
Rizard the Dew
Sure,
the Dew, because of the Dew is like I love that. Rizard of the Dew, is that like the Baja Blast region? Is this the Code Red region of the Dew? I don't know what we're talking about. Rizard, you'll have to come back with that. But he asked, what was my experience been with the TX500? Have been looking at getting a QRP station rig. So I had no issues with the QRP station in the entire time that I was in Hawaii. It worked flawlessly. It's a good radio. It sounds great. I did play around with some settings, which you should anyway. Again, get on the remote SDRs, listen to yourself, transmit, hear yourself, blah blah blah. The big upgrades are the Joshua from Tufton, his mic upgrade, where you can put in earphones and a second mic if you want to do that. Big upgrade. You got to do that. I think that's a fantastic option. And then if you do CW, this is something that I learned that just freaked me out. When you go to set the words per minute. So like I was like words per minute. Yeah, 15, 20, somewhere in there. And then I'm keying and it's like da, dit, da, dit. And I was like, what's the problem? So it's not 15 words per minute or 20 words per minute. It's 15% of how fast the CW words per minute the radio can handle. So 15 words per minute is more like 70%. 70 is the answer you want for 15 words per minute, for instance, which has freaked me out. I've never thought of like words per minute as a percentage of a slider, like a sliding scale of max percentage, that kind of thing. So just keep that in mind. That's a really weird setting. They should fix that. But that's the only weird thing that I had I dealt with there. So hopefully that helps. I will talk at length, and you will see activations and all that stuff with the TX500 in the videos that I drop next week. So hang on for that, because Hawaii was a wonderful time, and I shot so much video. So I've got to cut all that down into hopefully 2 videos. All right, Don, go for it.
Okay, so I was at a ham fest today, and I talked to a guy, and I just want some of y'all's advice.
Okay.
So I'm going to post something in the chat so that you know what I'm talking about, or at least what I was looking at. So let me.
Oh, it's a multimedia experience here.
Yeah, well, because if I try to describe it, it won't. So this is a U.S. tower version of what I was talking to the guy about. There's a guy in the Dallas area that will come out and put one of those on my property for about $6,500, and he does the whole thing. He digs the.
Is this a tilt over?
Yeah, it's tilt over and it pops up. So it will rise up. So it comes down to about, I think, 10 to 15 feet, and it goes up to 50 feet. And like I said, he'll come out and do the job for me for like $6,500. But I don't know. Has anybody had experience with these types of towers?
Well, so what can you put on it? Like, what is the applicable use of it?
You put Yagis or anything that you put on a regular tower.
Like a 3-bander or like larger than that?
Yeah. There's now what I'm going to put on
doesn't rotate though.
The hex beam. You can put a rotator on it. Yes.
At the top.
Yes. He puts he literally, so he's a fabricator, a metal fabricator, and he builds these types of towers. So it's not a U.S. tower. I'm not saying it's that one.
Right.
It's like that one, and he fabricates it in his fabrication shop. And one of the steps of it is you give him your rotator, and he builds the device at the top for your rotator to sit in.
What's the biggest rotor you can put up there with the antenna? Like an 8500, 8600?
I didn't really. You'll have to look at the wind loading and wait. But I've owned the MA30 before, and it was a good tower, but it did have some problems with rust, but it did last a long time. It was a well-built tower.
Yeah, I think he's saying that it's not the U.S. towers. Like, he's just using that as an example. So this guy's building it. So
gotcha.
the question is, like, is it full galvanized? Like, is it weather resistant?
Yeah. It's weather resistant and all of that. It's meant to go outside. It's self-supporting.
What's the weight limit at the top?
He said, I believe, 65 pounds of wind load is what I remember.
Yeah, so that's basically hex beam territory with a rotor.
Right, which is what I intend to do.
Okay. Then
I'm not putting up a step IR.
Yeah.
So
so the only concern I have is this isn't guide either, right?
Right. It's self-supporting.
Yeah,
I got a question.
What
is he fabricating? Is he fabricating something that an engineer designed, or is he fabricating something on his own?
Yeah, it's engineered. They engineer it there.
Does it have?
Yeah, structural engineers there.
Usually, when you go, if you're going to do this legally, most municipalities require the town engineer, or at least a stamped seal from an engineering drawing that has the detail for the foundation, wind loading, sail area, et cetera, et cetera. They usually want a stamped engineering drawing from the manufacturer, from the fabricator. So if he's got all that stuff, I mean, that's usually the way to go.
Well, he's a commercial fabricator, and he deals with that all the time. But yes, he has a structural engineering report on it, a professional engineer stamp drawing, all of that stuff.
I mean, that's what you're looking for, 50 feet, put a hex beam on it, then yeah, it's probably fine.
Yeah.
Assuming it ticks all those boxes that Steve mentioned.
I'll be honest, if you're looking at 50 feet, I own an Illumina tower, crank up. It's probably one of the best towers I've ever owned, and in that price range, you're in the price range for their heavy duty 55 foot. And
but 6,500 installed.
Oh, installed. Well,
this is installed with all of the work, all of the concrete work, everything. He does all of it.
Yeah.
See, my problem out here is getting somebody to come out here and install it. I've got money. That's not the problem. I don't have time because, I mean, it's not to do that kind of work. And also, I need advice on it's hard to explain, but anyway, on my property, there are places that you, for instance, cannot put a septic tank because of the water, the amount of water that soaks into the ground and stays in the ground. So, but I have all of that on the survey. So, and he says, yes, that, his engineers will look at all that before they even, before they'd even take my money. They'd make sure that there was a place. And there are places on the property where you can do that. So it's just, there's a balance between where I have clear view of the sky with enough room to put like 22 foot of swing or whatever you want to call it, and where I would be like right in the middle of the trees. So there's a balancing act between dry, firm ground and tree space. So
yeah.
And I've got to have him look at that. That's why I would not take this on myself. There's like 40 guys that are telling, well, you could do that so much cheaper. I am not an engineer, and I'm not going to try to figure all of that stuff out.
I mean, it's worth. I think it's probably worth taking the rounds with the guy and have him take a look at the property and go through the process.
Okay.
I don't think there's anything wrong with that.
Sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say look up like Better Business Bureau type stuff and do your due diligence as them as an installer of all that, right? To see if you've got a problem there. But other than that, it's like it sounds like this is their profession, and they probably want to do good work. So might as well try them out and see. But yeah, go ahead, Tom.
Yeah, just double check the 65 number you threw out. That would double check that's when we're talking about, are we talking about wind loading or weight? Because 65 square feet of wind load is a massive antenna.
I was just going to say
that's a massive array, and you're talking a hex beam at most is 8 square feet.
It's less than that.
Right, exactly. A small Yagi is going to be about 8. Like my Mosley is about 8. I have a small Mosley. And that's 8. So that 65 is a massive number.
I think that's the load. I think that's the load that you can put on the tower. It's just my guess. But.
Okay, all right. Yeah, the weight of the antenna.
Yeah, and he may have misspoke when I heard him. There was another guy that was there that was talking to him that was asking that, and asked him about the wind load, and he said, hey, yeah, this can do 65 pounds of wind load. He might have misspoke. That he may have gotten a number confused. I don't know. And, when you're talking at a Hamfest, he didn't, you're looking at, it's not enough due diligence, just like you said, right?
Right.
So there's a lot
more. Yeah, load and max weight are two very, very different things.
Right.
It also has to be compliant with the wind loading or the wind load schedule for your location. Having done this professionally, there's a number. You probably should consult. You probably should consult a local rigger if you have somebody in the area who could probably give you some better information on what the requirements are for your specific location in the United States. Here in the Northeast, we have a wind loading with radial ice rating. Most municipalities want to know what that is, and along with some other data. But yeah, you probably want to make sure that it meets all the criteria if you're going to go through the whole process. It is a process.
Yeah, the thing here is that there are fixed wireless companies out here because we're out in the boonies, and all of them are up on Roan 25s at 40 feet. And I keep going, there's got to be somebody out here that puts towers up because they're everywhere. and yet I can't find a single person. I've talked to all the hams around here. They all say no. No. If you want to do that, just do it yourself. I mean, because honestly, where I'm living again, because we're out in the country, there is absolutely nobody that will come out and look at it. I mean, what I have done on this property so far, the city of Richardson and the county of Collin would have been all over my ass.
Yeah.
And Henderson County does not care two hoots.
How far from the coast are you? I'm sorry. How far from the coast are you?
Hundreds and hundreds of miles.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So you're not in G, so you don't have to worry about G ratings or things like that.
Mike lives quite about 3 or 4 hours from me. So, and he's closer to the coast than I am.
Yeah, because like here we're 140 mile an hour is the G spec. So the tower has to support. So we have to use a completely different set of numbers for Tampa Bay.
Oh yeah, Florida is completely different.
All right, I will let you guys continue this in the after chat, but I've got to head out here, so I'm about done. I'm still on my time zones are all screwed up in my head, so it's already kind of late here for me. I should be getting to bed soon, so I am gonna head out. I appreciate you guys on the Discord. Thanks for hanging out, and the YouTube side, and Facebook too. We got Facebook watching, so got all that working today. So appreciate you guys. I'm gonna head out though. Sorry for bailing in the middle of you, Don. Hopefully you get the right answer.
No. Yeah, I think I've heard everything I need, and I appreciate you letting me ask the question, and I am looking forward to the next podcast.
Yes, next week we'll be back in podcast form. So thanks for listening and watching and all that. And I will say 73s to everybody, so take it easy.
73, Josh.
All right. I'm tired. It hit me like a freight train here. So we took a red eye in from we flew out of Kona last night at 8, and by the time we made it back home, it was probably 6 a.m. with the time change. So I'm still a little messed up. I went to sleep. I got up at around 11 and started my day, and I'm tired already, which is good because this is back where I should be. Around 11 o'clock is when I try to go to bed. So I am going to say 73 to everybody. Appreciate. Didn't even realize. Yeah, thank you. Didn't even realize you were live. I will say 73 to everybody. You have a great rest of your weekend. Get out and play some radio if you can. Hopefully you have some fun out there. A lot of fun stuff going on, and you should get active out there. But look for some videos next week. I got some of my my live stream or my videos that I took in Hawaii. I'm going to edit those down tomorrow, at least one of them, and try to get them posted. So I will talk to you later. 73. See ya.